Well, hello again, friends. Welcome to a recap of last night's mini. I hope you have your snacks. I hope you have your energy drinks. Buckle in. We have about, we'll see how long this goes. I feel like we have quite a few people who have a lot to say after another great mini. I mean, there's a lot to discuss. Controversy, drama, strategy, wrestling, which I love. So much to talk about. And hopefully we'll get done before the mini tonight. So let's start bringing everyone into chat. First off, popcorn all ready to go. Our winner, Hannah, congratulations.
And oh my goodness, still like on cloud 9 right now. Cannot believe that happened.
I love, as soon as the popcorn came out, I feel like we saw a new Hannah, and we were like, Hannah means business now. She means business. We will definitely get into that, but the popcorn was a character for sure. Next up, Joe, the show, the actual show.
The actual show, yeah. That's what you...
How you feeling, Joe?
Haven't slept at all. I'm ready to discuss this mini. I think I'm glad that people had fun.
Yeah, people loved it. By all means, everybody enjoyed last night. It was a ton of fun to watch.
And Joe was a big reason because of that.
I appreciate that. So were you, Hannah, honestly.
Absolutely. Another big reason for it, strategic queen, Nicole, welcome back to Podquester Mini.
Hello.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm bad at that. Yeah.
The right way? Nope, that's the wrong way. This right way.
There you go. We also have our proud correspondent, Jacob Sparks. Welcome.
Hello.
I love my Jacob.
Yes. Happy to be here. I'm excited to talk.
The robbed final two, right?
Oh, the robbed final two. We had so many plans.
Oh, it's going to be epic.
Proud to be the thief of that one. So.
Yeah, right when we had made the plan.
I didn't evict either of you, even if I helped blow up the games a little.
That was your job, and I loved every bit of it.
Yes.
And not to confuse anyone, thank you, Sparks, for clarifying your name last night. I do want to discuss that a little bit, but Jacob, other Jacob.
Hey everybody,
welcome.
Thank you.
Proud TR fan who, well, we'll get into that as well. But Joe, for shame. Before we even get into it, let's discuss the name thing, because both Sparks and Jacob, you were both in the same room to start, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you change your name afterwards after you saw there was another Jacob there, or you just planned on going in as Sparks regardless?
I planned on it. So what had happened is I've been known for my last name since I was 5 years old. I've been called Sparks for a long, long time, and I'm fine with it. I usually introduce myself by my first name because I think it's a little weird sometimes to do that. But when I had played the first time, I submitted all my stuff. She's like, "Hey, do all these things." I'm like, "Okay." And I get in, and I had made my name Sparks, and the mod said I couldn't do that because the graphic had my first name. And I was like, that's fine. So I put my first and last name in. And then I had submitted my stuff the second time, and I had written in my little email saying, here's my stuff, take a look. I said, if I'm accepted, can you put my name as Sparks on the graphic? And I didn't see the graphic for a while, so I had come in with my name as Sparks, and we didn't see the graphic till 7:45, 7:50. And then I realized it said Jacob S, but the mod hadn't said anything to me. So I was like, I'm not gonna argue. Because there were two Matts, two Emily's, and I was like, I don't need that in my life.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely, made an effect, and we'll get into that as soon as we get to round one, because it was an immediate thing of, an Emily targeting an Emily. So
yeah,
both the Matts started in my room too.
Yeah, it was interesting. You always, and I vouch for that. If there's someone with your same name, you try to get rid of them immediately.
Yeah.
That's
I was so tempted to make my name Jake. I was this close going in. And
well, I saw your face too when we were doing our videos, and you saw mine, and I said my name was Jake. You looked at me.
I was like,
shit, don't be mad.
Yeah.
Well, we're one step closer to the old Jacob private mini, so we are getting there. I think we're up to 7 now, 7 Jacobs. So
I think so.
Yeah, we're almost halfway there. Very excited. Let's get into let's get into the videos first off. What were our initial impressions? Matt is on the way as soon as he gets here. I have a lot of questions about his video because it is the best video in Sequester history. I stand by that. Joe, do you have any qualms with that as a historian? Best Sequester video of all time?
I think Fishbacks is really good.
Fishbacks is really good.
Yeah, I think like the freaking him doing a commercial, and trying to pitch why he should be in the final two, and it also plays well into his story arc, in which he ends up being in the final two and losing.
True.
Like
Chelsea's was good too. The first survivor.
Chelsea's was well produced, but I stand Fishbacks. I would say this is number 2.
I am Matt. I am Matt. Am I Matt?
I don't
You
know.
are Matt. We are all Matt.
We are Matt. Okay.
We are a collective Matt.
Yes.
I wasn't ready for that psychological warfare before the game even started.
It was overall entertaining and unsettling, which are two things I enjoy immensely. So what did we all think? Did anything stick out? I mean, there were obviously a lot of vets, which I wasn't expecting. I looked at the group and I was like, oh my God, look at all these people that I know. But what was everyone's thoughts when they saw the cast initially introduced?
I'm really interested what Hannah thought about my video, because this is the first time she was introduced to me.
Right, because I didn't know you.
Right.
I didn't know who any of the returnees are. I think that's pretty clear. I'm a Sequester newbie. I've been watching mostly the big shows. And a couple, when I had a free Friday, I would jump on and watch. I've been loving it. So I did not know who the returning was. I love that Raymond owned it in his intro video. I was like, yeah, he's a returnee, but I love how he's putting it out there. So that was a good thing for me. And I told Raymond when I saw him, like, dude, you're cool. So Joe, you said, what about your, what I thought about you? I thought you came off loud and abrasive, and you were like ready to play. And that was like, I was like, all right, let's do this. He can stay as long as he wants, because he will always be a bigger target. So that's how I felt about you.
Yeah, exactly. Yoel, what did you think? I'm just curious, my impressions on people who didn't know me.
I knew you.
I knew you knew me. That's why I'm not asking. Yeah.
Let me clean my voice. But I feel very intimidated from the video. From the start, I was like, oh no, I brought in my notes, don't trust Yo. And I should listen to myself, because we know what happened at the end. I tried to boot you out, and what happened to me, I get booted. So it's what it is.
Your throwing the guitar was pretty iconic, so there's that.
That was great.
The guitar, my guitar.
That was hilarious.
I have 2 more, so.
That was a pretty good video. That was a really
I don't know how to play them, but I have 3.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I wrote down you had 3 guitars just in case that was the question that
I
got
did
asked.
So did I.
Not true or false.
Me
Because
too.
I
my
had
mom,
extensive notes about everybody's
my
video.
I did
my
too.
mom played the guitar, so
Okay.
are hers, and I played the piano. We are a musical family.
Aw.
I play the piano, I'm sing. My mom played the guitar. My dad sings in the karaoke. That stuff.
Oh, love that.
So I have so much instruments, but I don't know how to play them. So they're decorations. My room.
Jules, what did you think of the videos?
I thought they were all very cute. I took a lot of notes on what people like. So Nicole, I wrote down that you like D&D. Sparks, I think I wrote down that you have a dog. I just thought they were all very cute. Urel, obviously, I loved your video, especially when you threw it at the end.
I think the video game is definitely improving over time. I think that I was trying to star any that I thought were boring in case that would help. And I really was like, oh, there are very few that are I don't know if I had any that were obviously boring. They were all pretty well done.
Yeah.
They were. I think people have realized now that you can't go in and just kind of half do a video, that it's so important in those early rounds. You actually have to try.
Jacob, I'm not Jacob Sparks, Jacob W. I'm curious what he thinks, because he knew my mini and Nicole's mini and Matt P's mini. And when you saw all 3 of us in the cast, did you realize
the
people
first
from
thing
the same mini?
Yeah, I knew that there was people that played together, and the first thing that got me going was that Sparks was in my initial room, and when I made eye contact, I was like, oh shit. And then the video started, and then I started seeing all these people, and I started making these connections. I didn't know everybody and who they all played with, but I knew majority, and I got really nervous because I thought that was going to be a returnee versus newbies. But I don't think that was the case for the most part. There was definitely parts where that happened, but I was really intimidated, and I didn't have time to voice that, which I might have if I had the opportunity.
And yeah, that's kind of the reason I targeted you.
Oh, okay.
Since the beginning, like first second, boom, Jacob by Joe, nominated by Joe. Wow, that was fast.
So fast.
Yeah, so let's get into the first round then while we're touching on it. So this was new. It was a challenge to start the game. Well, let's discuss that, because that was one of the big things right off the bat in terms of we've added challenges now for the first time.
Loved it.
Yeah, that involved.
I loved it because it saved me a bit.
It did. Yeah. What were our thoughts? Are we all fans of that? I was. Yeah. I liked it a lot. I think it brings a different twist onto things. But what are all of our thoughts?
Personally,
it still limits internet speed. Is becoming a huge. If people are going to be super into Sequester, they're going to start paying for high speed internet, higher speed internet if they're going to have a chance.
Hannah must have really good internet.
I have about it, I think.
The best internet around, boo.
Yeah, Hannah, I gotta get what you got, girl.
Yeah, well, I don't have great.
Can you plug your ISP?
What?
I have a Ethernet cord. Oh, plug my ISP.
I do have.
Hey, the pair. So the first round was the pair twist, right?
No. First round was
first round.
the Where's Waldo of Sequester bots in a photo.
There we are.
That
There
was
we are.
great.
I loved it.
I had seen the live version. So when she said Sequester bot, I was like, I gotta look for those people with the white mask.
I saw.
And I was looking all over. I was like, I can't get fucking one of these. What am I supposed to be looking
It
for?
took me a second to
And
realize.
Same thing happened to me. I was like,
and so there were like these two little gray robots by each other in the bottom right. So I was like, fuck it, there's two of them. Boom, just put a number in because in case it's right.
Wow.
And I didn't see, maybe I'll go. And then right after I submit the two, I see those little or trust no one little things. And I'm like, well, I didn't win this challenge.
That's
I
hilarious.
was so mad.
I made the unfortunate mistake of, to make sure that I wasn't having bad internet, I turned the YouTube page to a low. It was like 150 or something with the lowest setting. So as I was looking, I was trying to turn it up so I could get HD, and it was so blurry. And I was like, oh my god! I knew there was 4, but it took me forever to find them. Oh, I was so mad.
Yeah, it's risky. You just have to make a decision. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was 4, and just go for it. And no pun intended. So that's how I felt with this challenge. The other challenge with the logo hidden and the word scramble is just once you feel like you've got it, you just have to give it a shot. You know?
Yeah.
I would like to see. I'd like to see her use this for a buyback. I mean, I know a 22-person cast is tough to do a buyback with, but if we get a 20-person cast for Winners at War or something like that, I'd like to do or even the private minis. These are fun buybacks that are really easy to see
and
on
quick.
the live show and quick. And that better than the puzzle, right? They're entertaining. The audience can play along, and I think it makes for a fun watch.
So I think that I said this after the stream ended. I told some of you guys that this was my third one night mini that I have won during quarantine. I've only played 3 minis and I've won all 3. And so I think that my experience, I know, I am literally 3 for 3 right now.
Wow.
I know.
Round 1 and we already have the humble brag.
The reason I bring that up right now is because I have playing those online games, those type of challenges, just got me ready to, do well in these challenges of participating well in those. So
that's great.
I'm grateful for that.
Was anyone else freaking out when Audrey tweeted right before we're trying out new things? I literally had a mini heart attack.
I mean, I was excited because one of my favorite moments when I was playing the first time is when I got a new twist and I had to figure it out, because that's innovative strategy. You set the tone for how the strategy will be played in future minis. And I like being the person who can set that precedent, because we'll talk about it, but I based a lot of my strategy on what others have done, because I am such a historian of the game. So
Yeah.
I want to be someone who can be an innovator too. But sometimes the strategy is so well precedented, it doesn't make sense to be an innovator when you can stick with the precedent and execute it with some fine tunes to a more effective degree.
Right. So Jules, you were on the block that first round, weren't you?
Both
Yeah.
Jules and
Yeah.
JW.
And-
Yeah, so
both
let's,
of us.
yeah,
We've seen our faces.
let's go through those. So Emily nominated Emily
So mean.
to avoid confusion, which I have thoughts on that because I didn't like that she got targeted for making that move because I felt like that was the best. I mean, the best decision of all of them. I would do the exact same thing, and I think anybody should do the exact same thing. I had no problem with that. But
It was hysterical.
yeah. Nicole nominated Jules. Patrick nominated Raymond because he had played before. Hannah nominated Matt H. Joe, you nominated Jacob, which I had problems with as well. And Natalie nominated Kelsey. So we had Emily, Jules, Raymond, Matt H, Jacob W, and Kelsey on the block. So how did we get to those decisions there?
Jacob W's decision got read around because Joe said you can't, like, if you're going to come for TR and Mal's duo spot,
Unbelievable.
you better come to play. And then that's the reason Jacob W got nominated. But Jules, I don't remember why you got nominated. If they had a reasoning.
I don't know either, so I couldn't tell you.
I was so pissed. Okay, I know that me and the girls thing is going to be a topic that we're going to get through this recap. But I was so pissing girls nominating girls. I wanted all the girls to put a guy up. No offense, men. But I was like,
mad about it.
Here we go.
I agree. I actually
11,
agree with you.
11. I was like, let's go, girls.
One person tweeted that I was targeting all the iconic queens. I was always saying I wanted to save the girls.
Well, Jacob W is an iconic queen. I was kind of mad you nominated him too.
Well, okay, let's talk
That's
about that.
true.
So the reason I nominated him was, I think it was a couple. For one, I was trying, like, it was a little facetious. Like, you made the joke about TR and Mallory, so I want to see you fight like TR. One of the things I love so much about TR's game is that TR was a great fighter when he was on the block. If you're gonna say you compare yourself to them, go on the block and fight. Be a
Because I had a
fighter.
freaking stuffed animal. Not because I thought I was better than them.
Come on, it was the first round. It was
Jacob,
the
if there's
first round.
anybody who knows about a video getting you on the block, it's me. So you gotta be careful. Nothing is safe in your video.
I was really frustrated in the first round.
I went after the Josh in my mini for being a youth minister. That was what I kept telling people. He's a youth minister, so he has standards, and that means it's going to be tough to play with him.
No, out here separating church and
It worked.
Standards.
He got out. It worked.
Oh no.
I was frustrated in the first round because every single time I want to like defend Jacob, the moderator was enter, and I cannot talk. And I was like, "Can I talk now?" It was
Frustrating.
hard, and everyone in the room was like, "Okay, Jacob, then." And they're 11. I was like, "No, I'm trying to save him. What is happening?"
I was shocked that I made the first round. Like, I had
But he survived.
no idea I was going to make it through.
Here's the real strategic reason I did it. I knew that I was gonna be. I thought I could have been a threat because of Nicole and Matt being in the mini with me, right? Nicole and Matt and me all played a mini together. We all played 522, and yeah.
Which Matt?
So
Which Matt?
Matt P.
He was a returning?
Yeah,
wow.
he was in my mini with Nicole.
Everybody was a returning except me, weren't they? This is all
Everyone.
a joke.
It was basically returning cast against Hannah, and Hannah overcame everyone. No. No,
That would be amazing.
but like
though.
I knew that the one person who might know that is the person who mentioned TR and Mallory. So the
But I
returning,
thought
they were
you
going to
would
keep me
take-
as a meat shield.
Okay, but I thought you could like respect a super fan for a super fan and like be like, oh, I want to take him under my wing for this game. That's how I thought.
Yeah,
you
but
would take
I
it
didn't
at
know
least.
what you would do. You could have targeted me. 'Cause you
That
knew
was why I was so shocked, Joe. And I said it on the stream. I was like, you have someone who is clearly on your wavelength, who you know loves the game and like watches this stuff and watches podcast. I just thought immediately you would want to align with someone like that rather than immediately target them, as opposed to people who didn't know who you were.
That's fair. There was a lot. So like I didn't want to go for a girl. That was one thing because I'm stand by that. I don't want a girl to go first. I think that girls don't apply enough to Sequester, and allowing that, like making sure that all the men don't come for them the way they do in most reality shows. I think that's kind of important. Even though it was 11-11, I wanted to keep that up because I figured that being 11-11, the girls would be targeted more here because there would be carte blanche on getting them out. And that's kind of somewhat what happened. Not fully, but somewhat, right? There was more
Somewhat. Yeah.
More time where it was like 5 women were gone and 2 guys, or 3 guys. And I'm like, wait, we got another girl out here. There's a 2-to-1 ratio of girls going to guys. What are we doing?
Yeah. Well, that's where, so I was in room 1 and Jacob W and Jules and I were in the room, and Urel and I were in the room together, and Heather. And when Jacob W and Jules got nominated, I was like, shit, that's 2 of ours. So like we have a higher than likely chance that one of them is going home. So I normally, like, when you're in your room when she's like, let's have the chat, let's get to know each other, I was like, we don't have fucking time. We don't have time at all. I don't care about any of you right now. Like,
we had an advantage of having,
like, I'll reconnect with you later, but we need to pick a name because 2 of you are on the block, and who is it going to be? And I told them, I said, I think the 2 people that are going to get the biggest traction are Emily because of the Emily debacle, and Raymond because he's a returner. And so I told them, I said, we need to pick a name and we need to go with it because it's either going to be the 2 of you. Because I just thought, like, from my perception, that people would latch onto the whole, like, well, let's get Emily out so there's one Emily because it's, like, funny in a way. And Raymond got called out for being a returner, and I wasn't sure if this was going to be another mini where returners were going to get targeted. So I was just trying to keep Jacob and Jules safe. And then I luckily was able to work with them to push Emily P, and then worked out of that. Apparently everybody else in other rooms had the same mentality.
Another one of my meta strategies was I called you out immediately, Sparks, for being a returnee in a room with a lot of people, and I called out Dane for being a returnee. Like I said, hey, you returnees, I know you, I love you, I'm Stan.
Yeah, I was wondering because you did that immediately to Dane, and Dane was like, don't do that, why are you doing that? But that was not a slip of the tongue. You knew what you were doing.
I knew what I was doing because when I was in the room with Nicole, I acted like Nicole wasn't a returnee. I'm like, oh, what's your names? Who are you? I mean, I don't want to go after the returnees, and stuff like that. I was.
So what happened, Joe, is you come into my room and you call out Dane, and I'm over here like, what? And then I jump into another room and I go, excuse me. I'm like, Joe and Dane are returnees. I was like, who else is returning? I got 3 other names. Apparently there was 20 of you returnees. And so I wrote down the names of the returnees. And so just that little sliver of you calling out Dane, I was like, here we go.
But I wanted the returnees to be protecting the returnees. What usually happens in these games, like in my mini, what happened was Johnny and Jonathan fell under the cracks as returnees, particularly more Johnny Stockton. He fell under the cracks because no one really remembered, hey, Kelsey, no one really remembered that he played before. No one knew how he did because he played in the earlier minis. So I wanted to call out who the returnees were that were going to be under the radar, like Sparks and like Dane. But I didn't want to call out the returnees that I knew were going to be loyal to me regardless, and putting that label on them would make a bigger target for them. So Raymond too.
You little shit.
Well, I didn't know you were. Oh, come on, you know I'm a little shit. Yeah. I never come across as anything but.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't have a relationship with Sparks coming into the game. I had a relationship with Nicole, had a relationship with Matthew. I knew they were going to save me no matter what. Even if we weren't working together in the game through conversations, we knew each other outside of the game, so they were never going to let me go. But I had to tie you guys to me as returnees so that you needed a meat shield. And it was really important for me to make sure everyone knew you were veterans.
Yeah. Well, I only knew you and Dane and Raymond. So, like, Matt H being a mod and playing before, and then Nicole apparently played Natalie I didn't know. So it was, like, there were more people than I thought. But I also, like, as a returner, I was like, I don't care, like, you're a returner? Sure. Like, come into my little circle, and, like, we will keep each other safe because I was so worried, especially after round 1, during round 1, when Patrick had nominated Raymond for being a returner. I was like, oh, so we're doing that this season. Like,
right.
And
well, that's why I wouldn't have to Patrick.
Right? And so, yeah, and that also Jacob just didn't see a fucking.
Well, sorry, Jacob. I didn't know you would be paired to Patrick.
We'll get into round 2 later.
Oh, I got some things to say about round 2.
You couldn't catch a break, but I was glad that this, after watching or after playing, that like returner status started to no longer matter. Yeah. And I think that's something important that I hope that a bunch of other people see moving forward is that, like, especially like if you're someone like me who plays once and you do horrible and you're like, I want a redemption, I want to try again, I didn't really get to play much, and then you come in and you're immediately seen as a returner, you're targeted. Like, you don't want that. So don't do that to future players. So I'm glad that this was a mini where I really saw a lot of you all do that and let us have our game and call me out for other things and target me for other things. But I think calling me out for something that eventually is going to bite you in the ass just doesn't do you any justice.
Well,
I feel like we've seen a couple of things of late. One is that there's been on these, specific episodes, there's been more returnees rather than there was time where there was just like 2 or 3 and they were so easy to pick off. Now we're seeing 6, 7, 8, that it makes it more fair. And the other thing I feel like is we're getting a demographic of people coming in now who don't go as far back in terms of watching. And we were discussing that a little last night. So they really don't know, like they might know one person is a returnee, maybe 2, but they don't know how far back it goes and how many people have played before, which I think has benefited veterans.
Yeah, I do. Like Bryce was someone in last week's 2 weeks ago was Mini, and who played before the Mini replays were even a thing. So he was someone who was never targeted for being a returnee. Just to speak to Lou's point, Louie, he's Louie today.
Always Louie. Who's Lou? I don't know.
Oh, Lou's your evil twin.
Oh yes, him. that guy.
You're not on speaking terms with him, I think.
No, we're done. We're done.
Yeah.
We're going on to rival season. Nicole, to bring up you briefly, because you did nominate Jules, what was the thinking there?
Partly, I didn't want to pick somebody who struck me as very loud because I didn't want them to be somebody who could come after me incredibly effectively. And based on her video, she came across as quieter. I don't know. Not boring. That wasn't what I was going for, but quieter. I think that was part of it. But I didn't give a good reason. I just said your name, and that was it. So that was how I was not sure how much people were going to recognize me or not. So
I didn't think they would.
You didn't think they would?
I thought they would. I mean, it was a pretty big Mini, and it was second place. Like I thought for sure people would notice. But
yeah,
because you've been absent from you haven't been on Podquester streams and stuff like that. Like you haven't been on the Facebook group a lot. So I didn't think you were as visible as I was, even though you did much better on Mini. So I thought that was to your benefit. And that's why in my rankings, you were expressing interest in playing this weekend. I didn't know if you were going to play today or tomorrow, but you were expressing interest, and I didn't put you in the rankings. I didn't want to remind people how good you were.
Yeah.
That was.
I didn't recognize you one bit, girl. You got me good.
Can we just give it up for the baby in the stream right now? This is amazing.
Is this our first Podquester baby sighting? I believe.
I love her.
Well, I'm not giving too much screen time, but
I've got my baby.
So let's discuss the elimination here. So it ended up with Emily P being eliminated. Was the main decision just the fact that there were 2 Emilys? Was it that, or did anything else go into it?
Yeah, and knowing that the Emily would target the other Emily. You know what you knew that she was going to put her up. So you already knew one of the names she was going to put up. I was scared she was going to put up my name. I didn't vote for her. I voted for Jacob W. because I didn't want to vote for any girls as long as I could.
There were votes on him?
I got the LOS that round. I knew there was not going to be an LOS played that round. So there was that not being a fear. But also, when I played in my first Mini, I think it might have been Dina, made a comment about arbitrarily choosing people based on based on gender, something that they have no control over, and excluding certain people and including certain people, and having that be something she didn't like. And I think that it impacted me a little bit. And so I was trying really hard not.
That's a really good point.
Even at the beginning, to not think that way too much. And so the more I kept hearing it, I was like, that's interesting. And it definitely probably disadvantaged the girls that most of the returners were guys, especially the ones who recognized each other fast. Because they were the ones who got to the end, right? So I don't know. It's hard to know what the future of the Mini is going to go, but that's some of my thought process in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, I went into my room. 2 of my people were nommed. I couldn't have that be the case, and I said we need to put up a name. And I thought that Emily P and Raymond would get the most traction. I was more leaning towards Emily P because I was like, I'm going to die on the sword for Raymond because I cannot have him go. And luckily, our group said Emily P, so I went to go run around, and all I heard was Emily P galore. Like I couldn't hear a single other name. It was so riddled with Emily P.
Same.
I was like, well, my job's done. I'm good.
I even voted for Emily, even though I said Jacob's name, because I didn't think Emily would put me up. Actually, Emily did nominations exactly the way I would have done it. Like, she put up 2 veterans who were never going to get traction from most of the group. She put up 2 girls who wouldn't get traction from most of the group. And then she put up the veteran hater and the guy who I was saying. So I think that's why in round 2.
She helped you a lot with that pair, though. Put Jacob and Patrick together.
That's why I voted her out
you a lot.
eventually. That's why I voted her out. I knew Jacob would nominate me, but she wouldn't.
Yes. So let's get into that since we're moving forward. So after Emily P's elimination, it brought us to round 2 where she had to create the pairs. The pairs were Jacob W. and Patrick, Raymond and Matt P, and Heather and Emily. It seemed like Raymond and Matt were pretty much safe the entire round, and it was down to the other 2. So what was everyone's thinking there?
Well, before the pairs were even made, I voted Emily out because I thought she wasn't going to put me up, because the 2 of us going into this knew each other. We had been on calls together. We had no idea we were going to be in the same mini. I had no idea she was even in the community, but we're in a different Instagram thing. And I was like, oh, thank God she won't put me up. She has no idea I voted for her. And I was like, I'm safe. I'm going to get to breathe. I can make some, interactions with people. And then the first freaking name I hear is Jacob W. And I was like, girl. And then I DM'd her after. I was like, what happened? She's like, oh, that was you. So
no way. There's no way.
Feelings.
I think for Jacob and Patrick, I think it was a locked in really quickly. Even in round 1, round 1, someone was really pissed. I don't even know who it was that Patrick nominated Raymond up for eviction, and I was protecting Raymond. It was you, Joe, and so it was like, okay, I could go with Emily and Heather, but I kind of wanted to keep the drama going with that whole name thing. So it was just the wrong cards on that one.
That was my first fight of the mini. I had a couple.
You don't say.
Oh yeah, we went after it. I yelled at him, like, you go after the vets? I'm a vet. Dane's a vet. We have so many vets in here. You go after the vets, you come. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew
I wasn't in that room. I would love to be in that room in that moment. I would be like,
especially Matt. There's no way Matt was going that early. Not if me and Joe had anything to say with it.
Yeah, there was no way we were staying. Me and
that was the thing.
I was like, I'm going home. I tried, but
I tried too.
Wasn't Patrick staying in the same room? I don't know what he was doing.
Yarel tried really hard.
I know he did. That was his downfall.
This is inevitable. You got to just let it happen. He was trying so hard, and that's actually what sunk you the next round.
Sent him. Yep.
I know. But I was so frustrated. I was like, I don't want Jacob to go now.
So I appreciate it.
I tried. I was loyal. I was loyal for room 1.
Yeah,
I was loyal.
That when we move into round 3, that's basically what cost you're out.
Oh, I missed. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get it. Another thing that Patrick tried at the very end is he tried to say he had an LOS.
Okay, my hopes got up so high.
And
I think I just got the LOS. And my heart started, I was like, oh my God, no way. But then he quite obviously did not.
Well, another thing I did is I told Joelle, I planted the seed that the girls were getting traction because they didn't want the veterans to go out. It was Matthew and Raymond. They didn't want that happening. I told Joelle, you throw votes on the 2 girls just in case we get traction there and we can try and push that. And if he has an LOS, we get out the 2 girls. Which for Yoel probably wasn't the smart. Like, you guys should have been pushing the veterans because you saw that narrative, but you didn't do that.
What happened was
it was tricky. It was tricky.
Jacob W. and Patrick were in the same room as me when they got paired, and I was like, "Ooh, that's gross." And you 2 were the only pair in our room, and you both were together. And the beautiful thing that I was able to do is I was able to put it on you and say, "Who do you want out?" Because that's the beautiful thing when your ass isn't up on the line. You get to put that on other people who are on the line to say, you need to say a name. And I had already done my service to you, big boy, because I tried to save you with the Emily P and be like, this is the name that's going out.
Yeah.
But I could see the writing on the wall, and I was like, but you 2 need to come up with a name, and then you 2 need to go.
Yeah.
And the issue I think the two of you had is you both weren't able to say a name, and then you tried to do something, and I tried to pull you back in because you're like, well, I'm just gonna go to room 2, and I was like, no, you're not. You haven't said a name.
Yeah, you're right.
And then the issue, you said the 2 girls and you left. Mm-hmm. And then your partner didn't want the 2 girls to go. And I was like, it was entertaining on my end, but I didn't want you to go. Because I felt like out of all the people in our room, I was like, Jacob W. aren't going to get it.
Yeah, I was there with Sparks, and I was also really vibing with Jules and Ural. I mean, I was vibing with everyone in our room. I mean, and we had an advantage of having 5 people too. But there was a room with only 3.
Like I looked at you and I was like, I'm gonna work with this kid moving forward. Like before I even saw anything, I was like, I got this kid. But then Patrick comes into our room right before the end and says, I think I got the LOS. And I was like, what do you mean you think? Like, did you get a response? Did you get told you have it? And so I was worried. I didn't know if he was trying to play like dumb and be like, I don't know, I got it, and then use it or something like that. So I voted for Heather and Emily F because I was just in case Patrick uses an LOS, I cannot have it be Raven that goes home. I didn't know Matt P was a returner, but I knew Raven, and I said I will throw myself on the sword before Raven goes up second. So I switched my vote.
I also voted for the girls.
Yeah,
I felt bad, but
oh no, don't feel bad, girl. It's a game. Your ass was on the line. You got to do what you can.
Yeah, but I mean, I knew we were going home. There was no way around it.
Yeah,
I let TR and Mallory down. And
okay, at this vote, I got to bring up something. So we've got like I keep on hearing Jacob W, Patrick. All it seems like that's what everybody's saying. The vote happens, and Jarl's over here. Just if you got to go back and watch the feed. He's just like,
I get emotional.
He was like,
yes, I was emotional. I was emotional.
Dude, what did you think was gonna happen? What are you so pissed about?
I know. I don't know. I tried. Dude, I was like,
what game is he playing over here? Like,
oh my god.
I was like, maybe I convinced someone and a tie happened or something, and that didn't happen. I was like, dang it!
I mean, it probably was. It might have been genuine from your part, but it seemed so fake that I don't know if your head was down and you were like this.
No, I was pissed.
I
was pissed. I was too much, but I was out.
Hey,
that's really what's for
you
real.
are not. Yeah, you being too much is everything I need. So
it's hilarious. I love it.
I was like, I was really pissed. I don't want to think about it anymore.
Your heart got you at the end there, buddy. Which is fair because it sucked to see Jacob W go. I was so mad. But he was in my room when he went, and I was like, and then the minute he left, I was like, yes, it wasn't me. I'm not.
I felt so related. I feel so related to Jacob because we had so much in common, and I was like, I want to play with him. And then he was targeted, and I was like, this is not fair. My ally, he's my ally. We didn't talk about it, but he was my ally. I was like, he's my ride or die, period. And then he went home second, and I was like, I'm alone.
I want to bring up something that probably does get brought up a lot in this sequester world, but I just haven't been there for it. Is that the first hour before the game starts where you're just staring at people like that? I felt like I was on Survivor during like the beginning Ponderosa, where all you do is just see people and you can't do anything, and you really do form those connections at that time.
Yeah.
The reason I bring that up is because Patrick was in my starting room with Jacob W, and Patrick seemed like a fine dude. But Dane and Emily F are smiling at me. We're doing like breathing exercises together. And Jacob
dancing to Macarena though. I was like,
Jacob wasn't in your room, sweetie.
I'm sorry, Patrick. I met Patrick. Sorry, guys. No sleep last night. But Patrick's in my starting room, and I don't know if he was like typing on his computer, but he's just like this the whole time. And he would have, occasionally look and smile. But that just goes a long way. Like I didn't have the want to protect him as much.
Yeah, I get that.
And you didn't know me,
and Hannah, you didn't know me either, so.
I know.
That's funny because that was the issue I had with Ural, because when I played the first time, I didn't know that I was supposed to just sit here for an hour before we played. I was so bored. And so the second time I brought a crossword puzzle, I had notes, I had Cooper. So I was occupying my time, and you're right. Like, you're right. You had stuff, but I was like, this kid just didn't bring anything, and he wants to entertain us. And I was like, and so I was trying to do this whole thing of like, I wanted to do like my own thing of like, I'm just gonna work on my crossword puzzle because like I don't care about this behind the scenes stuff until we start. And he was like, oh, everybody do the Macarena. I was like, I have my dog in my lap, and so I kept being like, I'll do some of it. Like, let me work on my crossword puzzle. God damn it! I'm just trying to have my beer. And
I was playing it. I was actually doing the same thing as Joelle. Like, I was dancing in my room, and the reason you do that is because, like, you want to have fun with people, and when people know you're funny and fun, it actually works in your interest.
Yeah. It actually, you don't think much about it, but it is such an awkward time. Like, I got in trouble for Winners at War because I guess my eyes never left the screen. So I just stared at them for an hour, and Puya was very put off by that, in that he didn't feel like he could move because I was just staring into his eyes. So, be careful. To all future players, be careful how you handle that first hour, because you don't want to come across
one other thing about
I was having fun. I was having fun.
Tammy got dragged in 6-6 because she was dancing with Jack, and Jack got upset that she was dancing with her and then voted her out. Or she was dancing with him and then voted him out. So he dragged.
About the rooms, the one thing that I noticed, which was kind of weird because I went back and looked at it, was I knew there's going to be 22 players, and then that meant there was going to be at least 2 rooms of 5. And I was like, oh, I hope I get one of the rooms of 5 because that's an automatic advantage. You get that's an extra number on your side. But then as I'm going around and I get off and I look at the feed and stuff, I'm seeing that there's a room of 3. I'm like, how in the world is there a room of 3? And then how many rooms of 5? And I just was like, that was just confusing to me because I think starting numbers can be important. I don't think they were as important in our mini, but they really can be. And I was really confused by that. So I think that was...
Well, I know all about that room of 3, so... And it sucks! Room of 3 is garbage! Don't be in
it! But that's part of the reason that Emily, I think, was in trouble round 1. She was in room of 3 with me and Nikki. Nikki was also in trouble because of that. I just had the systemic advantage of my personality, which I guess it's a detriment and an advantage. Yeah. And my veteran status, which is a detriment and benefit.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that I was worried about going in is once I realized that the first round was not going to be anything that had to do with your room necessarily, I was like, well, there goes the one thought I had of like being safe, because no one in our group of 5 won that challenge. And in my thought process, I was like, well, it'd be so weird for like me to win and then be like, I'm gonna put up Jacob W. He's like, what? Like, I'm right here. Yeah. I can see you, sis. Like, so I was worried that because none of the 5 of us won, that we would be like, I was going up on the block. And thankfully other people did, but like I was so nervous because I thought all 5 of us are in so much danger because 6 people won and none of them are in a room. And then she was like, 2 of them are in a room together. So I was like, God damn it. And like, I was like, I needed this.
It was really unfortunate.
Yeah. Jacob, you got a bad luck for you. The luck of the draw of you being with Patrick. Damn. I don't even think me saying your name would have stuck. Like, because you're with Patrick, who did something really bold and not veterans.
There was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do. And that's what sucks about the tether twist. It's better than a drag in my opinion to watch, but it's one of the faults. Like Anthony was in big trouble with this with Adele in the 613 mini, because Adele is or Neil. My bad. Why did I say Adele? I'm thinking of my what I was just listening to. I was just listening.
I didn't
to
know she got into it.
I was just listening to
it. Yeah, she was iconic. Rolling in the deep. Now, no, I meant Anil and Anthony, and Anil was from Big Brother Canada season 1. So when Anthony was paired with him, Anthony could never fight against it because Anil was such a big threat to the players that no matter what Anthony did, Anil was going to be the target, and Anthony was just going to be taken out with him. Yeah. So Anthony got the wrong deal. He was just lucky that Anil ends up getting that LOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer if you get nominated in a pair that round, you have one person just stay put and just look for an LOS. Like, don't even try to talk to anyone. Yeah. Like, have one person do the campaigning and the other person just hunt for the LOS and hope.
That's kind of smart.
Especially if you know you're the pair in danger.
What I wanted you to do though, Jacob, is I just wanted you to like come out and like punch a couple people, throw some fire out. Like I was very wishy-washy. I mean, there was a point where
one of the three of the duos was all in a room together, and it was just very awkward. One of them left. I'm like, okay, we'll go for them, And then I was in another room with the other person. And I was saying what I had to. And there was a point where
that's where I needed you. Like, if you would, I don't know if this would have worked, right? Because I think, like, I saw those 3 pairs. I looked at you, Jacob, and I was like, we had a good run, didn't we, of our little Jacob duo? But what I wanted you to do is like run in terms of like, Hannah, Heather and Emily came into a room and said they want you out next because of blah, blah, blah. Or, hey, I heard that Heather and Emily said they want the returners out next because they're mad at Joe. Like, I needed you to like go around and just throw a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
So because I probably would have believed you if you had said, Jacob, you need to vote Heather and Emily because they're targeting the returners. Or like, because perception is real and we only played for a little bit and I hadn't seen a lot of people, so I could maybe go for that. Right. So I wanted you and Patrick to do that, but I think you both were like, you're so sweet. And I was like, I love you for it, but I was like, this is not the moment.
Basically, what Sparks wanted you to do was what TR did in Heroes versus Villains.
I know, you're right. No, you're right. But I was just, I don't know. I didn't want to come off a little.
It's in the moment, right? Like when I got targeted first, they were
I didn't want to be that was targeting, The 2 other duos were hard.
Yeah, I also feel like it's hard because you're a first-time player, right? Like, it's easier to say it when we've played before, but like going into it for the first time, and I know you had planned on playing for a first time and then finally did it, to be immediately kind of targeted right out of the gate, I imagine is a bit of a of a shock.
And that's what I learned too when I got non first, and they were like, the people are seeing your name because your video came off as aggressive, and I was like, well, then can I play aggressive? Because then does that like seal the deal that I am I was like, shoot, I don't know what to do. And that's what I learned from my first game is like, if you're the name that goes up, there's nothing that like you doing nothing will seal it, but you doing something might change it. And even if it doesn't change it, at least you did all that you could. But again, it was heartbreaking to see you go. I did vote you out the first round because I thought that if you went home, you wouldn't tether me. So I was like, maybe we'll be safe, but I didn't vote for you. And it was the duo because I didn't want you to go.
I didn't vote for you the first round, voted for you the second.
I can't believe I
word deal with Patrick. Huh? Yeah, you had a bad deal because you were with Patrick. I think the next time you play, you will be far more confident. You will think about your what you need to do to survive the early game, and you'll be watching a lot of the games and studying it, so you'll be more adept. Basically, you'll be like what Vinny Bonta was able to do in the 613 mini, right? Well, not 613, 619, where he went and he was technically the second boot, but then the first boot, technicalities, and then came back and made it all the way to third place.
Yeah. So everybody always ends up usually doing much better the next time around. I assume, Jacob, you'll play again at some point.
Yes, I hope so. Me and Finn will be back.
Please
but TR and Mallory, if you're listening, I love you guys so much. Feel free to adopt me. Feel free to adopt the both of us.
They have so many adopted children now. I messaged TR as soon as you got nominated, screaming at him that it's all his fault that you did.
It really was.
I let them down.
To do with TR.
Yeah, the TR effect, just crashing and burning.
It did.
Next time, people just mention me. You'll soar. I promise.
I will.
Did TR help you with your video?
No, the only person.
Okay, he helped Elijah, and that was a mistake.
TR helped me with mine.
Oh, okay.
I sent mine to Sharifa, and that was it.
But I didn't ask him to do a whole lot. I was like, can you connect videos together? Because I don't know how to do that. Can you put the states up on the screen when I point? That's what I needed him to do.
Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. It was awesome.
I can't wait to see you again.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Much love.
Bye.
All right.
I feel bad.
I would love to see you play.
You should feel bad.
I don't.
We'll bring in Dane.
Oh, shit. What's
up?
Wow.
Our Fanta Queen.
Dang.
Hello, 5'9" Mimi.
I fucking hate you so much, bro. Nobody fucking watched my mini, so I was gonna pretend to be a newbie that entire
I knew
game.
that. That's why I called you out.
Why are you so dumb? I could have worked with the newbies while you worked with the vets.
No, because you wouldn't have done that. You would have turned on me. You would have played the middle like Matt did.
Dude, no, you're so loud. Of course you're going to be my meat shield.
Well, I knew I'd be the meat shield, but I wanted you to save all the other veterans. I needed Nicole safe too.
I didn't even know who the other vets were, except for like me and you. Like legit, like
I also really wanted Patrick out, and I needed Patrick to know. And I needed Patrick out
hi,
too.
Jules. I felt so bad for Jules because it was like it's like every time that I was in a room, it was basically the same fucking people the entire time. It was Joe, Sparks, Emily, and Noah. Somehow I'd always end up in a room together. And then when
Heather was there and then she left. No,
yeah. But every time that I needed to leave a room, as soon as I was about to leave, like Jules or Nicole would show up. And it was just an awkward situation that entire night. I was like, this is so bad. They probably think I hate them.
Hey, Dane, I'm just wondering, I felt like such good vibes from you during our hour. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Yeah, so like, we never crossed paths like during the rest of the game, but I was always thinking like, he's got me. Is that right?
Literally, okay, so like in our starting room, I put an X next to Patrick because he was like frowning the entire time. He wasn't happy to be there. I put a question mark next to Emily because she looked super strong, but she looked a little bit like snaky, you know? Mm-hmm. And then I put a heart next to you because I just felt like you were like really genuine, and you were laughing at me as I was trying to fix my hair, like in the backwards reverse mirror. It was a mess, but I really just loved interacting with you.
Just want to know your face when Joe came in and called you out, hysterical. You were like, you need to go back and watch that.
I was there.
Go back and watch it. And I
just watch a couple of the rounds.
I need to, because I had no idea, because nobody had told me. And Joe, you never told me that you had said that I was a returner outside.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that you had attempted to out me in that.
I outed everyone I could besides my own mini.
I want to talk to you.
And that was all intentional.
Bad.
Literally, when I saw Urel's video, I was like, this man is so hot. I want to be his showman this game. And then we literally never crossed paths. I never even saw him. Like, it wasn't even like, oh, I saw Jules and I left the room immediately, or like I saw Nicole. I legit just never even saw him. Like, I was like, is he even in the game?
Fanta is my favorite drink. I'm just saying. Fanta is my favorite drink.
Just some tea about Dane. Dane was one of my favorite players in the 5-9 mini. And when he left, I was crushed. So when I haven't seen him in the community. I thought he left. Like, I didn't know that you were still in it. So when you played again and I saw your video, I was visibly excited. Because I was so excited to be in a mini with someone who I thought was like totally outed way too early. Someone who was great in a mini that was not great, but had a great cast. Mm-hmm. Kind of like I think my cast is the same way. We weren't a great mini, but our cast is proving ourselves. I think your cast is proving that too. Like with, one of the best casts of all time, just one of the worst minis. It's an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm. Dane, I have to admit, this is the round where I started throwing out your name, just because we weren't in any rooms together, and it was the voting twist, right? So the majority of votes were going up.
Was it this early?
Right. It was wasn't it?
No.
This was the vote. So round 3 we're on.
This is my round.
This is where anybody who got votes other than the person who went home was nominated the next round.
But this is where I started throwing Dane's name out, because I was in a room with Hannah and Jones and Natalie, and Hannah goes, did you guys know there's so many returnees? And the previous 2 rounds, I was in Nicole's room, Joe's room, Sparks' room, and I was calling them out, being like, I love your minis. I've seen you guys.
Yes, you came across as somebody who knew so much information.
Right. But my downfall was that I forgot Natalie had played, and she was in that room
me too.
Yeah, the same happened to Hannah.
I didn't know Natalie was a returner either. Actually.
Right. So I was saying that to Jones and Hannah was, calling out all the returnees.
Oh my God.
And I knew Dane, and someone threw out Dane and Joe. I think it was me. And I was like, there's no way I want Joe to go, because he's just quality entertainment. And Emily's name was still out there, right? So I was like, I think the 2 names that we throw out there is Emily and Dane. And Natalie skedaddled. She ran out of that room and was like, must have been pushing me on the other hand that I was going after vets, which was wrong. I was trying to get the newbies to at least play this round strategically by throwing, their votes so more people are up the next round. And that fucked me over.
This is the round that I went into Emily's room and I told Emily that I'm nominating Emily. Dane was in that, right? Yeah, you were in the room.
Yes, that was so awkward. You were like, I'm nominating Emily. And I looked at Emily, I was like, are you sure?
Yeah, and then I looked, I'm like, oh, fuck, I did this again. I never did this before.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, I put my foot in my mouth again. And I had to get my way out of it. So like I was aggressive towards Emily. I was like, yeah, Emily, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I had no intention of causing a fight with Emily, but like, yeah, I'm coming for you because you went after my Emily, my original room, and I didn't like that. And she's like, why are you doing that? And Emily, from there on, Emily Sledge plays. Is it Sledge? What's her last name? Is that her last name?
Emily F. Are we talking?
Emily F. Sledge is the one who was in last week, 2 weeks ago's mini.
Yeah.
Anyways, Emily F. She plays an amazing game. Like she starts kicking it up, playing aggressive because she knows her name's out there.
I knew that.
Yeah, and she actually does a great job, like making me move away from her. She does a great job.
Honestly, that was a huge surprise. I was in a starting room with her, and she just had that just very like reserved feel about her. Mm-hmm. And then when she is jumping room to room and like calling stuff and fighting for herself, I was so shocked in a great way because I wanted her and Dane to last long. So when I heard that Dane was on the block, I was not okay with that. But I was lost that round of how to protect him, but also want returnees out. I know that that's what I was dealing with.
She made me put Matthew H on the block. I didn't really care that. Like,
Joe, I just want to say I was really intimidated by you, and I feel small every single time that I was talking with you. But you play such a good game that I cannot have bad feelings towards you. I really can, because you intimidated me so much. You don't have an idea. I was scared.
That is the game that I play. Yeah. I play a game of intimidation.
Yeah, it's something we discussed a little bit last night. Is that if you're unfamiliar with Joe, or playing with Joe or seeing Joe, and you come into a game and it's a different experience from just about every other Sequester player. Like people were clearly flustered the first time you came in, screaming at them, and they were like, "Oh my God, what is this?" So I feel like it is. I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily say intimidation tactic, but it definitely knocks people off. Their game plan, which
it's not intimidation. You're right. It's something like that. The only two people in the game who really could handle my personality were Nicole, and Nicole could handle me better than most. Always, she always could. And Sparks, they really handled me well. Sparks was good. He was like yelling at me, like, "Joe, shut up. We're moving on."
Well, you and I had different perceptions, and yours was right. Mine was not right, because I kept coming in and being like, "Joe, you're going to be seen as a villain because Heather just looks so sweet and innocent, like just based because I didn't know anything about anybody before. So I was just like, every time I come into a room, all I hear is Joe yelling at Heather, and Heather doesn't have a chance to speak, and then she leaves. And so I was like, Joe, I can't afford you to be deemed in a light that will get you out this early. I was like, we still have 15 people left, and I cannot lose you. So that's where I was getting and then I was like, if we just mend this bridge for a little bit and we all vote together, we can be safe, because in my mind, Heather could have gone at any point. So
I got that, but I was having fun.
You were. And
I was planning.
We were playing hide and go seek, and I wanted to find her.
That is true.
I was planning the popcorn prop. I was like, all right, I'm gonna bring the popcorn. When anything fun happens, I'm gonna bring it out. But as soon as I encountered Joe the Show, I was like, no, this is for Joe the Show. And at the same time, I gotta say that I was feeding Joe's ego. I was like, if he knows that I'm into his show, he's not coming after me like he's coming after Heather, Emily F. I don't want to be on Joe's bad side, so I'm gonna sit over here and be on his good side. You
know what? You played it perfectly, because that's the reason you didn't go in the round when you were up against Kristen, I believe, at Final 9.
Right.
That was the reason they did not vote you out. Your name was out there, and they didn't vote you out because they felt good about our social relationship. Kristen, I never really bonded with the way they bonded with you, and that speaks to your social game. You played a game really similar to Dina in my mini, my original mini. And Dina did the same exact, and she's one of the most iconic members of Sequester community right now.
I've seen her name floating around, so I'm gonna.
She's amazing.
She's amazing.
Shout out to Dina, I love you. But she is. She did the same exact thing with me. She was like, Joe, I'm gonna bring the mama. But she was the same way. She was feeding my ego, feeding my personality, and anyone who can feed this bolt of energy, I feed off that. So I keep you around because I want people who make me, crazier.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking notes. I will say though, I was impressed by like the way, because usually when you go after someone, either they're going home or you're going home. It's not, you don't like loosen your grip. But Emily was the target early in the round, and she managed to get out of it and continue on for a long part in the game. Nicole, you had one of my favorite quotes of the night, which was very true when you were saying that Joe will always be screaming someone's name. He will always have someone whose name he is screaming. We just need to make sure it's not us, right? Like you keep the person that Joe is raving about because he's always going to be going after them. And that's, it's proven. You know how to play his game.
Nicole played my Mini. She also heard me on the podcast. She knows me better than anyone else in that game, which is why I needed to work with her.
It also subtly keeps Joe safe because if Joe's, it's a way of saying we're not targeting Joe either. We're keeping him around because he's yelling at Heather, not us. It goes both ways.
Right.
If it's not between you, they can keep the game the longer.
Yeah, it would have been nice to know that, Joe, because if I had known that people knew you already, I would have been like, oh, then I don't give a shit. Go off, sis. But I was so worried that nobody really knew you. Because I didn't know Nicole and that age, and now I didn't know these people like knew you and played with you and were going to work with you. So I was like, Joe the show is going to ruin my entire life, and I'm never going to let him live it down. But I was also upset because I kept going into, we kept going in the same room. So I kept going into the room after room after room of you just being loud and yelling at Heather. And I was like, I need to play. And I'm not going to do well if my entire game is sitting in a room watching Joe the show get mad at Heather. So I kept getting mad at you for that because I was like, I need to talk to people and build my game.
So I was actually replicating a strategy. It was chaos and fun, and I was enjoying myself. But I was replicating a strategy that I saw Cammie do against Elijah. When Cammie in the first round goes for Elijah in the Emo Night Mini with Lou, who is not in the room right now, when she goes for him, she never stops saying Elijah for like 6 rounds. And she goes, Elijah, 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 and Elijah's never going home, but she never quits saying his name. And I think that's brilliant strategy. I think it's brilliant strategy for 2 reasons. One, if Elijah got to the end after Cammie was so aggressively saying his name, he has a good resume built right in. 2, if Elijah gets to like a drag round and taken out, who is he going to drag? It's a good reason to drag Cammie. So Cammie needs to take her out Elijah. I had the same problem with Heather. I needed to take out Heather when she started saying my name, and I was trying to call her out, and she was running from me. I needed to get rid of her, and I couldn't quit, and I had to keep fighting until she got out.
It was smart for you to make sure Heather was gone before drag, because I think she would have definitely chosen you.
And I think that you guys all would have voted for her, as you should have.
So back onto the third round. I mean, it seemed like, Urel, you were targeted essentially just for being Jacob's biggest supporter. I mean, was that kind of the consensus all around?
That's what I said. I threw his name out as fast as I could because he was Jacob's biggest supporter. And then it spread pretty fast. I don't know if I was the only one saying his name, but I said it fast.
I didn't get Urel's name until the very end, and then I ended up in a room right before the end of the round and told Urel it was him. And Urel was just like so heartbroken that when I was like, Urel, and again, this is what I did with y'all. I was like, Urel, who do you want it to be if it's not going to be you? And he was like, ooh. And I was like, Urel, it's gotta be a name. So it was just so overwhelming. I think it was at the end of the round.
You played a much more refined, less chaotic version of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you were like, also, I think everyone was just really sick of hearing Emily's name too, right?
Well, because I only heard Emily's name, so I didn't know Urel was the name until, because I couldn't even tell Urel why his name was up. Urel and I talked after the game, and I was like, oh, this is why. But for other people, what did you do if your room was the room that said Urel? Why Urel? Because I didn't have Urel.
It was for his reaction.
Okay.
I will say that Heather said,
So his ride or die, as far as I could tell, had left, but he was building tight bonds fast, and it wasn't with me. So he's playing very emotionally, which can be good, but that's not how I play. So
my game was emotional.
Someone.
Yeah, and I didn't work that around for me.
I didn't have time to defend myself. I didn't have any time to defend myself because I stayed like in 2 rooms. The first one with the Girls Alliance and whatever, and then I moved, and then Sparks told me, "Oh, your name is being thrown out," and I went, "What?" And the other thing I know is the round was over, and I went home. Like I didn't have the time to defend myself.
No, I think by the time you had found out it was you, the round was over. But what I needed you to do right away was say a name that wasn't you, and I think your best bet would have been Emily, and then to just run and go. But I think you got so in your mindset of like room 1, ride or die, and I think that's what got you to. Because if I look, our room did not do very well. I think everybody got pre-jury. So like, I think you held on to these bonds a little too tight in a way that wasn't trying to deflect the name to move it somewhere else subtly, but to be like, no, Jacob W and I are working together. It can't be him. And then that's why it helped Jacob W go home, because they're like, well.
And I felt a connection with other people.
Yeah.
I felt a connection with other people, but it was too late. Like I felt a connection with Jones. I felt a connection with Hannah, but it was like in my last round. Okay, I met some people that was like, I want to work with them, like Jones, like Hannah, like Kelsey. But then I went home, so I was like, oh, okay, fine, this is my end.
Yeah, and I think for me, it was just we didn't get into a room until when you left. So I wanted to put, my coins towards Emily and build that relationship. And I was okay with losing you because I was hoping the girls were going to, ride hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's I love this mini so much. It kept alternating. Like, I don't think we ever, or at least in no room I was it a thing about gender at any point. And the game's so fluid. Because I remember Urel, when I wanted Emily P out first, and he was like, oh, I don't want a girl to go home. And I was like, shut up, Urel, it's even.
Well, we discussed that early on, is like, because it was even, what differences would we see from a normal mini, right? Would we see a female go home first? Yes, like it happened for the first time. Would we see an all-male alliance? We also saw that. That never happens, and we saw an all-male alliance. So I feel like when you do have even genders, you see, different things play out than we typically would, but if we look tonight, there might be 3 women again. So who knows, who knows?
I think
I really
wanted
the girls to go far. I really wanted the girls to go home.
Yeah, you were all in for the Girls Alliance.
Yeah, I was like, Girls Alliance. I'm not a girl, but I won one. I was like in, but it's what it is.
It was a shame, Urel. We loved watching you, and we were hoping. I mean, do you plan on playing again? Because I feel like you got a raw deal just because you were loyal to an ally.
I would love to. I will give my best. This time, I will give my best for real, and less emotional, I think.
Do some emotion. I think it was fun. I think your emotion was great, but you showed it too visibly when your boy went home.
Bring the emotion. We love the emotion. That's the whole. If Dash Cats can win, an emotional player can win, right? So
love you guys.
Thanks, Urel. Thanks for coming on.
Love you, Jones. I love you so much. Love you guys.
Throw that guitar.
Bye, throw the guitar.
All right, so that brings us to round 4. And this was, so the remainders of people who got votes was Jules, Heather, Kristen, Joe, Dane, Matthew H, and Emily F up for nomination. And this is the round that resulted in Jules' elimination. So let's discuss a little bit about this one and how we got there.
I threw my vote that round, and I did it. I threw Joe's name out for 2 reasons. One, I wanted to waste my vote on Joe, so I couldn't vote him out in history can't repeat. And so that way it wasn't an option. And 2, I was worried that a lot of us returners were going to be the throwaway votes. I was ready for a lot of the new people to just toss votes on us. And so I was like, Joe is a bigger target than me, in my opinion. And so if I get Joe to make sure he's up there, I might have a better chance of staying because like we saw Dane and Joe were up, and I was worried that it was just going to be a lot of returners. And I thought that might be the first time we lose a returner that I blatantly knew about. And so I wasted my vote on Joe. And then luckily didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I voted for Joe as well. I was like, all right, he is out there. Yeah, dude, I voted for you twice at the beginning. Sorry. Yeah, like Joe was loud. He was out there, and I'm like, all right, let's keep this train going. So I put him out there too.
The thing is, though, is that Joe and we got really lucky because I think in our room of 4, like 3 of us were nominees, and then another nominee came into our room and we were like, listen, there's 4 of us. If we just all collectively pull one name together. And I think the only people that were left out were Matthew Henning, and Jules. So we just said Matthew Henning, we ran with it. And then Matthew Henning came in. And Jules came in, and it was just like it was like the worst case scenario for all of the nominees to just be sitting there staring at each other.
Oh, I gotta go watch that.
And then Matthew comes in, and he was like, so whose name are we throwing out? Because he heard me say, throw that name out. And I was like, just off the top of my head, I was like, Kristen. Just like, it was bad. But it was a really interesting round because I remember I made a confessional because everybody was like making like 7 lineups into one room, you know?
Yes.
So
oh my God, it's horrible.
Right. I was sitting in one room alone and I was so stressed because at that point I just came out of a room with Hannah and Joe and somebody else, and they just rapid fire like threw out 5 different names and none of them were mine. And I was just like, what is going on? Like, there are 6 different targets happening this round. I have no idea if like anybody's going to go home on like a vote of 3. And so I just really wanted to run. Hi, Natalie.
Natalie, I want to get out the returnees. So spread the word. I'm ready to get rid of the returnees.
Let's get them.
Sorry to cut you off, Dane. Had to throw that joke in there. Keep going, dude.
It's all right. No, I was legit. Like, I had to take a break because I was so overwhelmed from you and Joe constantly yelling in one room, rapid fire, like all these different names, and none of them being mine. And I was really hoping that no one would catch on to it. So I had to take myself away and just like have a breather. And I was like, okay, I'm in a good spot right now, but I just have to run away real quick and just make sure that my name stays out of other people's mouths for a little while longer.
When did you do that confessional, Dane? Were you in a room in the mod?
That was that round. That was that round.
So good. I gotta say here, I just want to like talk about my strategy a little bit right here. Is that during these first few rounds, I was safe. No one voted for me. Safe. Like I was safe a lot for these beginning rounds, and that was so great. You know, these first few rounds, anything can happen. So you're just trying to stay safe. So I was like, all right, time to hunker down and make those connections with people to make those paths to the end. So that's what my goal during this spot was, you know, protect the people who I thought would have my back, but also like form those connections of like, who am I going to keep working with? So I just wanted to share that.
And I think that was like the really big thing about this mini is that Audrey put in these great new twists that didn't allow you to form social bonds right away, right? Either from your room or hopping around and getting 10 minutes to meet everyone. From the second she, you know, said go, we were all on the gas. And I think that's obviously how the whole game went from 0 to 60. And I think it was really great that she is switching it up so much like this.
Great. This is the point of the game in which I realized I was not finding my footing because of what I just did with Emily. And then Heather going in every room, saying my name, I going into the room, hearing her say my name in the background, and then be like, is Heather saying my name?
Was this that round that you guys were chasing each other all around?
Yeah, this was the round. This was the round we were chasing each other. I didn't really know what I was doing. Jacob Sparks saves me in this round because he basically tells me who to vote for because I was so pissed off at Heather that I was just going around yelling at her or yelling at people about her.
And actually, I think Hannah came into my room at one point and she did the classic, like, Joe and Heather are going after each other. Let's keep them in, you know? Yeah. And I think that's when Jules' name, you know, was also going around. So it just made sense to vote for Jules, unfortunately.
Jules, what was your perspective on this round? Like, oh, sorry, Natalie.
No, let's hear that.
I genuinely have no clue. I don't know if any of you know him, but Jacob Gibson, he played the Night of the Living Dead mini. Mm-hmm. And we talked beforehand and he was trying to just like give me advice. And I was like, okay, I got this. I got into the game and I said, what the fuck? That just happened. And at one point, there was like 4 people and they just started yelling. They were like, say a name. And I was like, oh my God, It's like, I don't know what to say. And then apparently, like, I just heard a lot of the time, apparently I was too nice. So I was just like, okay, all right. And then everyone was like, okay, Matt H is the vote. And I was like, okay. And then I got eliminated. So I was like, nice. I don't know.
Yeah. I didn't want to give Joe what he wanted with Heather. And then Jules was quiet, and I was worried about quiet players. So that is kind of what. And then Matt was in my starting room, and I didn't want Nicole to think I was going after my starting room, too. So those were, and it wasn't me.
Mm-hmm. I didn't get what I wanted for a while with the Heather thing. Like, there were like round after round after round. I was saying, we gotta get rid of her. She's terrible. Let's get her out. And no one was like, and she kept saying my name. And people were like, oh, keep her in. Let's keep her in. But I think we'll get to that. But I wonder if I annoyed you so much about Heather that you're like, just get rid of her already. Is that what happened?
There was a really funny part this round where Heather came in our room and she was very frantic about you, Joe. And then Sparks just starts like, don't worry about that. We need to focus. And it was just the best moment ever. We're just like, get with it, Heather.
Sparks really kept my head in the game. Pre-jury. He kept my head in the game for sure. Like, kept me focused. Even though I kept saying Heather's name, I voted correctly every time because of Sparks.
Nice. And once, I know this is the next, once Heather gets voted out, you like mellowed out, right? Like you just like were like, all right, here we go.
Yep. So that brought us to the end of the round with Jules' elimination. Jules, what were your overall opinions of the game? Were you happy you played? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did my best to enjoy like the time I had. I hope I can redeem myself and not panic as much as I did, but it is what it is. I didn't have any bitter feelings towards anyone.
I know I sound like a broken record, but trust me, the second time is always a lot easier. Like, you always feel much more comfortable in playing the game. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Good job, Jules.
Good job.
All right, so that brought us to round 5, which was safety roulette. This was a tough round. So, Dane, if you watched the stream, we were very much in favor of your group because it was going to be a disaster if the wheel didn't land on it, and it didn't land on it. So it ended up being you, Sparks, and Matt P up for nomination, which is basically an impossible group to have to go up against. Yeah. Were you in huge fear as soon as you saw that it was those 3 in the room, or did you think that you had a shot at it?
Literally, oh God, it was so bad because I was in a room originally with Nicole and like another group of people. I was like, however, these people are so likable. They are so social. I even like went on my like microphone. I was like, I'm sorry, y'all. If I'm up against you, I'm leaving 100%. So I have to leave. So then I went into another room near HLC and Matt, and I was like, you know what? Perfect. These are people that like people want out. If I'm not up against them, none of them left though. So I left and I was in my own room chilling for a bit, and time ran out. I screamed because I was like, I'm gonna get like literally just randomly wheeled out. And then Sparks rolls in and then Matt rolls in. And I was like, either way, if the wheel doesn't land on me, I was either being wheeled out or I was being voted out. Like I just really felt so effed this round.
If you just stayed in our room, you probably would have had a much better chance in our room.
I don't think so.
I mean, maybe not the moment. Who was in my room at the end? I wish I could remember. I don't.
Yeah, Spark should have stayed in the room.
No one was in our room.
I really should have. So what had happened is we were in room 5. There were 5 of us in room 5, and I can't for the life of me remember who was all in it except for me, Matt P, Joe, and Kristen and somebody else. And what I had said is, I like this group of 5. We cannot be in a room together. We need to spread out because I don't want any of us to go home. So I said, like, some of us need to leave and go to other rooms. So if our room gets nominated, everybody else can work together. There's 5 votes together that we can work on and vote one specific person, and we should be safe. And I leave, and of course, I'm in a fucking room with Dane, and I was like, well, this is stupid, because I wanted Joe, Dane, and Raymond to stay as long as possible, because those were the only 3 big returners I knew. And I was like, okay, well, and then Matt P shows up. So I was like, motherfucker, the person from my room that I just said we need to move around. And so I I didn't know what to do because I thought Dane, you had the same kind of mentality as me when we played these games, like social. Like you are a very likable person, and that's why I was so excited when I saw your video because I was like, yes, Dane's here. And so I thought we were gonna have the hardest time because I thought you and I had the same game. So I was like, I guess it just depends on who has seen us more, who felt more authenticity from the other. I don't know what it was. And then we all three of us knew how that round works, and none of us fucking left that room. And then I think Hannah comes in and Nicole comes in, and we're like, welcome, sis, to this awkward ass moment. And then Dane left first. And so I was waiting to see if Matt and I were still on the same page of room 5 that we were in stays together. And then it was mostly just Dane and I, balls to the wall, let's see what we can do. And it like Dane and I both got into a room at the end, and we were like, it's you or me, best of luck, sis. Because I knew it wasn't going to be Matt P, according to the people's names that were being thrown out. So it was my least favorite round because Dane going home did not work well for me. I didn't need that to happen.
Yeah, it was a little bit stressful because when it got to that point where it was just us three staring at each other, while I was staring at you guys, I was like, how the hell do I work this out? I obviously don't want to be the first person to leave, but it ultimately probably was like the best decision for me because had I stayed in that room, the other alternative that you always do if you're all having a stare down is you get the other people to just say, you know what, we're going to just target you and just be really straightforward and just hopefully there's a group mentality on that. However, if I did that with Matt against Sparks, then Joe would find out about that because I was really working close and I was really trusting Joe and Sparks at that point. So then Joe would probably like throw a huge temper tantrum. And then had I said, let's do Matt, then people would think I'm solidifying this whole vets thing going on together. And it was just a really double-edged sword no matter who I targeted. So it was like, people are going to be having conversations for these like 4 minutes that we were staring at each other. I need to get out there and just change that narrative as soon as possible. And ultimately it didn't work out as well because once I found out that it was between me or Sparks, my first plan, I was going to go to Joe the Show and was like, Sparks is making a deal with the newbies and was saying that if he stays, he'll take out Joe. So I get into a room with you and I was so excited, but you just spent 40 seconds yelling at Emily. And I was like, this is so annoying. I was like, had I been able to just spark Joe's anger towards Sparks, maybe that would have just rapid fired around everywhere else.
That could have worked because I'm a paranoid player.
Yeah.
For sure. So if you... But I wouldn't have seen that because
that absolutely would have worked.
It might have worked. It might have, but I will say it might not have because like Matt H was telling me something about Nicole, and then I'm like, Nicole, no. I talked to Nicole. I'm like, we gotta get rid of Matt H. Like, no, he's coming for you. So like sometimes you can try and make me paranoid, but if I get the logic like doesn't add up. The thing is, Sparks was working closer with me throughout that game, I felt, than Dane. I just felt really good with my relationship with Sparks. He kept yelling at me, no, we need you as a meat shield. We need you as a meat shield. So
well, what I'm interested in, though, is because Dane, Matt, and I stayed in our room for like 75% of the round, what were y'all doing in your rooms? Because we obviously missed out on a lot of the talk of your decision between the three of us. So I'm interested in that because that's the part I didn't see because obviously you weren't going to tell me if you were voting me out or not.
Yeah, I'll answer if I want. Let the others.
I think the name was Dane, like right from the get-go. And I remember I was just so sad. And then he popped in my room. So I kind of only remember the interaction where I was with Dane and the Sparks. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And I knew Dane was a dead man walking. So I voted Sparks just in case an LOS was played because I wanted to protect.
Okay.
It was so funny because I remember going into that room with you, Natalie, and I was like, Natalie, what's the word? And she was like, well, Joe said your name. I was like, my name. And she was like, no, she said Sparks. And I was like, Sparks? And she was like, no, he didn't say Sparks. And I was like, he said Matt. And she was like, no, he didn't say Matt. So I was like, is it me?
I'll have to watch that again because I was blacked out. It was just so devastating.
Not all. They said actually nobody.
I think that the read in these kinds of rounds, when there were so many vets, was to recognize that the vets were protecting each other. So, Dane, when you bounced from our room, I felt so safe in our room because I was with Noah. I thought if my room got landed on, Noah was out. That's what I thought. So I was shocked that you bounced. I think that probably would have been smart to stay with Noah. Personally,
none of them
I have no idea if that's true, but that's what I believe.
Well, none of them are here, but was he a part of the Four Horsemen or no?
Well, I had no idea that.
No. So
who was it?
Four Horsemen was Raymond, both Matts, and Topher was the fourth. Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. My room, what I was doing is the first name they said, I forgot who said it, was Sparks. And I said, no, let's not do Sparks because Sparks is a meat shield. He's playing the best game so far. If we need to keep him around. I needed a meat shield, right? Because I am the meat shield. But eventually the meat shield needs to be broken. Or else the meat shield grows and grows and grows, and eventually the meat's still getting on everyone else while the meat shield is surviving.
This is a very weird analogy.
It's a
weird analogy, but it's like the meat shield analogy is not perfect because
the amount of times we heard meat shield last night was enough for me for probably about
because
Joe's only strategy.
I'm the ultimate meat shield, but I needed meat shields myself in order to survive. So Sparks was my meat shield, and Nicole was a meat shield eventually. But in this round, Sparks is the meat shield. Dane was playing an amazing game, socially especially. But that's the type of game that wasn't going to be considered a huge threat down the road. So I wanted to get his name out because the other person in the room was Raymond, right? Raymond was also, was it Matt?
Mm-hmm.
Then Matt was no consideration because he was my friend leading the game.
Oh.
So I was never doing Matt. It was either going to be Dane or Sparks, and Sparks was playing this really aggressive, strong game and needed a meat shield, so it had to be Dane.
Yeah, I feel like we see it a lot, in that round, is that someone who is on track to go far in the game and looks like they're pretty safe. You get into one bad room and your luck will completely change and you'll be out of nowhere. And I feel like that's what happened to you, Dane. It was just really bad luck.
It was so sad because the first time that I played in 5-9, it was after 5-8, that game brought up dead people, there were tears flying, there were personal remarks. And so the first time I played 5-9, I was like, I just want to show the viewers that you can have fun and play this game. But when I came back, I was like, I really wanted to just actually play the game though. And I feel like I played it to the best that I could. And with the cards that I was dealt with, all the people that I knew in this game, I knew Sparks, I knew Guac Jones, I knew Matthew Henning, and I knew HLC. And I didn't really have a great relationship with any of these people, but I usually just wipe the slate clean. And I was like, I'm just going to do the best that I can with these cards that I was dealt. And when I got dealt that card in freaking safety roulette, I was like, shit. It was a mess. I knew as soon as that wheel did not land on my room, I was like, I'm legit a goner.
It was an entertaining round because I think you, me, and Matt P were iconic players in the game, and so it was that one time one of us were going home, and it was going to be a big move for everybody to get rid of one of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it did not work out for any of us, for either one of us to go home. It was not a fun round. I did not enjoy it. I spent most of the time going into rooms and just being like, what's the tea? I didn't do a whole lot of let's get Dane out, let's get Matt out. It was more of I just hope it's not me. And then Kristen told me that she went into 3 different rooms that had all said Dane, so I just let it be. Because I was like, if that's true, then I'm not going to give them any reason to change that. And then I think I got lucky that you and I ended up in the same room at the end because it made it because I think either you or I would have had votes to stay because they weren't going to vote us out being in the same room as them. And you and I negating that made it really awkward for them that they had to choose.
And I knew that the round was ending. I was like, this is my last shot to get any last votes. And I was just going to go on this huge rant for as long as possible. And just I was going to filibuster that room and just make sure that you did not get a word. And I was like, just vote Sparks. Just I was going to come up with any words that I could to just make sure that they voted you out instead of me, but ultimately it didn't work out.
Yeah, it was fun. And then I literally knew I had 5 seconds. I was like, all I can say is do the opposite. Just don't do me.
What do we think, Dane? Does this warrant? Are you going to play a third time? Third time's the charm?
Oh God, I don't know about patron minis, but I am definitely going to be participating in future private minis. I'm already sure of that one, but maybe a patron in the far future when Joe the Show has won and won't come back and ruin my hiding under the radar game.
Thanks for coming on, Dane. It was short-lived, unfortunately.
Bye, Dane.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so that brings us to round 6, this was an interesting one in terms of we had another challenge. We watched a video from Sequester. Get that plug in, Audrey. We love it. Watched that, and we counted Sequester bots. Yeah, so this is the round that ended up in Kelsey's elimination. So I actually started to think here, like, will people start being targeted for being comp threats? I feel like down the line, we're going to start seeing that. Like, if you win the first one and then win the second one, people are going to target you knowing that there's a third one in advance. So it's something we might
super quickly throw a bomb on you guys.
Yes, please.
Right.
Also, before you do, I am going to welcome in Heather as well.
Yay,
and then we can discuss this round.
Yes! What's your bomb, girl?
Hello.
I have a bomb. Ready?
Let's do it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, let me go this way.
Not a smart thing to say in anywhere but this chat.
This is my sister, Kristen.
Get out! Oh, yeah.
We didn't really. We tried really hard
hate
not to
you.
intentionally pregame, especially once we saw the email. So we were not being super conniving in this sense. But I did have another ride or die in the game that nobody knew about.
Did Audrey know about this? Did Audrey know about this?
No, Audrey did not know about this.
I kept Kristen's name and nothing was happening.
That's so funny.
My jaw's gonna be on the floor for like the
No,
next
close
5
your mouth.
hours.
You
Look
look
at
like
Joe's
you
face. I got one
surprised.
over on Joe.
Wait, Nicole, did you vote out Kristen when it was
Well,
between
I'm happy I
Kristen
got
and
her
Hannah?
out.
Okay. I don't
I'm
know.
happy-
It was just them two, so I was.
I'm happy I got her out, even though the person who I didn't get out won.
Yeah, she could have become way more of a problem if you'd let her stay longer. So just saying.
Yeah, I know.
So funny.
Oh
So
my
this round,
my
I
God.
think Nicole and I were both separately pushing Kelsey, and I don't remember if we were ever in the same room, but I think that's what happened.
I
It was-
actually heard my name when I came into one room. I know Emily was in there. I know Hannah actually was in there, and I called it out. I was like, I just heard my name. Like, am I in trouble? And I thought I had a lot of trust in Hannah, and I was trying to build it with Emily. But Natalie, it was the fact that you put me up. I was trying to smooth water under the bridge and just say like, no worries, girl. Like, not a big deal. And I was trying to build a relationship. And then I said the vet thing about Dane, you know, and although that wasn't true what my gameplay was going to be, I didn't realize that you were also a vet. So good work on both of you.
I felt like you were a sneaky little shark. Like, I just felt like you were going to be really smart and quiet. And so, and then there's just someone to go after.
Yes.
And then the vet thing, obviously.
I tried a few times to kind of read your temperature, Kelsey, in terms of where you were, being like, how are you doing? How you feeling? Like,
you called me quiet one time, and I was like, what?
And you kind of just clammed up. And I was like, she doesn't want to talk to me. Doesn't she? She said she watched my game. Doesn't she know I'm social? Why isn't she talking to me? All right, this is done.
Well, you actually called me quiet, and I was like, whoa, like I'm not usually quiet. And I was, right. And so, yeah.
I remember this was around where I was up because I guessed 6 and there were apparently 9.
Oh, you get 6 too?
I think there was some riggery in the video. I would love to watch it again, Audrey, but apparently there were 9. And someone was like, we need a name. And this is where I was up. So I was like, I don't want to go home. So I said, I didn't know Kelsey or Topher. Because Kelsey, you and I never really got in rooms together the whole time, and neither did Topher and I. So I was like, I'm okay with either one of them. But apparently no one wanted Topher to go, and so it became your name. But I had also heard Heather and Matt H's, and I was trying to go on the Matt H train or Kelsey train.
Sparks, I had also heard my name at that point, and I was thinking, oh my goodness, I haven't done anything wrong, but you know, I knew this was coming. And then, especially in the next round, people kept running away from the chats as soon as I showed up. So I'm like, all right, I'm screwed.
Yeah. Well, I think the issue for you, Heather, is because of the you and Joe blow up, your and Joe's name became easy names to always throw up every single round when we didn't know who to throw out.
I know.
There were multiple people.
You know, Joe and I actually had a conversation, I think it was that round, and I explained why I was upset at him, and we reconciled, but I don't think anybody caught that in time.
No, I actually, I reconciled with you.
You played it up like you were the victim of a horrible lash out, right?
Of course I did.
Of course you did.
No.
And guess what, sweetheart? As much as I love you, you got your karma for that deceptive behavior in the end because you didn't win.
Possibly, yeah. But,
it was, but I think the thing is though, like regardless of if you two had mended fences, there were like 18 other people who had seen your blowout, and so it was easy for us to always throw Joe and Heather's name out.
Sparky,
and Emily,
considering
I didn't lie about the exchange, but it's funny that Louie said on the podcast that 20 seconds after I made up with you, I was saying your name again. Like I needed to finish the deal.
Well, Sparks, here's the thing. I could have blown up a lot worse at Joe than I did, but I was like, okay, I'm here representing myself as a Mormon, as a person with a disability. I can't just go off the rails because it's the wrong time. It would be inappropriate. I would be perceived as the villain. So I just decided to let Joe go off on his thing. And then people told me later, oh, Joe didn't win because he blew up at you. At least 5 people told me that.
Yeah, I mean, we can get down to jury decisions for it when we get down.
Yeah, but I'm curious if I lost because of that. Because
I don't think it would have been. I don't think it looks like your personality to be that blow up person. Like I don't think it. Like I didn't read that from you.
Oh, trust me, I can get very angry and very heated, but
I don't think it would have been. I don't think it would have worked to your favor.
I will say, I have heard from friends of yours who've done orgs that you can be someone who blows up. So I was happy to hear, like, okay, so
a lot of the rumors surround me being like a homophobe, a bigot, whatever. But here's the thing: a person with autism learns differently. I'm on the autistic spectrum. We learn different. We don't understand everything because we don't get all the information at the same pace that everybody else does. My mother sheltered me a bit because I had a disability, and she wanted me to learn it at a specific pace. Yeah. So I didn't grow up the same way everybody else did. Everybody assumes that I'm lying and faking it. I'm catching up on my knowledge, and it's not easy because people assume I'm making fun of them, and I'm not.
No, you're good. My biggest mentality was the same thing to Joe. I told Joe to shut up because I thought he was making himself a villain, and I told you to shut up because you were so focused on this whole, like, I just want everybody to know that I just wanted to save Emily, and I will not be upset if like that deters my game. And I was like, Heather, your game is gutter. Who are we voting for? I kept doing that to both of you. My whole pre-jury was yelling at the both of you to like say a name. It's so funny.
Joe, can you please, did you already make your statement, or do you want to trust those idiots on Twitter who call me a racist, a homophobe, a fat shamer, all these nasty, shitty, terrible things? And yes, I
wasn't going to mention you by name because I think that this could happen to anybody. So I'll say it. Yeah, I think that we shouldn't be personal and vitriolic about the people playing this game. I think it's a service when a person goes and puts himself out there to play these games, because we're putting ourselves out in front of thousands of people potentially. There's at least 1,000 patrons on the Patreon, so I'm going to say at least 1,000 possibly watching a night. We're putting ourselves out there for potential hate, potential love. And I think getting the hate, getting the love, that's all part of it. But when it gets to a personal level, when people are coming into your DMs and saying like things that are hurtful and hateful, when people are saying things on Twitter that are throwing labels out that are just not, that can hurt your professional and personal life, none of that is cool, and none of that is part of what Audrey intended for this community. So not just Heather, but everyone in this community, we put ourselves out there. Let's try and avoid those comments that can get personal and hateful and anything of that nature, because I think that really is detrimental to what Audrey's building. And the reason I felt that I should say something is because, I think there was a lot of hate. I know that I was hated and loved, but there was a lot of love for me coming out of this mini. I got a lot of love in my DMs and stuff. So I'm hoping that people who voted against me did not get a lot of hate in their DMs, because that's happened before, where people who've gotten out have gotten a lot of hate when they get out the door. I don't want that. I think that if a person makes a game decision, you can say they made a good game decision or a bad game decision. That's your right as a fan. But don't get personal with them, don't bully them, and don't harass them, because we're human beings.
My thing is, if there were any comments that were made in a previous life by you, like if people want to talk to you about it and say, hey, like on an org or on Twitter or whatever, you said insert thing here, and this is how I see it as potentially problematic. Like that's where you can have the real conversation. So like, you could be like, oh, is it like, it can like, you help me understand where it can be.
Half of what I say is problematic until somebody tells me. If people would be nicer about telling me, I would fly off the handle less.
Well, I think that's what previous minis have, I think, started the conversation to be, is in that we are not, Sequester is not a bubble, fam. Like the things that are happening out in the real world are inserting themselves into Sequester as well. And I think it's just now finally come to light that we are not separate from the events that are happening and the conversations that happen out in the real world. But we need to have these real conversations because we can't grow as a community if we don't critique it and examine and challenge and support and have dialogues with one another, because this is a community and we can't just think that everybody is perfect and nobody has things that can potentially provide prejudice or hate or discrimination. So we all have work to do. I think we all have ways to grow, and the only way we can do that is by challenging each other in a healthy way and supporting each other in the learning process. So,
like, here's the thing. My biological father, he's been dead nearly 5 years. A little, maybe almost 6 years. He was very racist. He was very bigoted. He was not open-minded. He was very abusive. And maybe that's part of where I got it. I don't know. But here's the thing. As the years go on and I get a little older and a little wiser, I come to learn that some things I say are inappropriate. So I try to apologize to them, and people don't believe it. They don't buy it. They don't want to hear it. They continue their tirade. And I ask questions to try and get out of that bubble of ignorance I live in a little bit. And then people think I'm just making fun of them. That's why I go off the handle. People aren't willing to have those conversations with me in a civil manner. So.
And I do think, Heather, I don't know, I didn't see, I don't know the past, obviously, in the org past, but from what I saw last night, you seemed, very sweet and very nice. And like one of my favorite moments of the night was you telling Joe, when Joe was, up in arms about why you targeted him, you said that you did it because you were trying to defend Emily. And I thought that was very sweet, because it's very hard in a game to go out of your way to try to defend someone else, right? So I think, I can't speak for anything that's happened in your past, but I think for in the game last night, I thought, you were a welcome addition, and I thought it was very, very nice.
Well, thank you. Here's the thing. I know a lot of people haven't defended me in my past, except for my mother and my surrogate mother. But, that doesn't mean I have to be the same way. So I try to help others, even though I haven't been helped.
Absolutely.
Heather, you were a lot of fun. I know that I was like a rival of yours in the mini, but I have fun with my
You
rivals.
weren't a rival. You were just a little extra, and I didn't know how to handle you. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah, like I think I'm one of the most different type of, I think Louie said it, so I'm going to copy that. I'm different. I'm not an ordinary Sequester player. So you can't watch how other people handle other people like me, because there are a few who play the game like I do. So, everyone's going to respond differently. And I was very, I went after you and you ran from me, and we had a fun moment. And I think the fans enjoyed it. They enjoyed the Joe Heather drama.
I agree for sure.
Well, we should bring it to All-Stars.
I do have a question, because it kind of got swept under the rug here, but we had a sibling twist. We should probably discuss that a little bit. My only question is, what? What?
I'll clarify.
Can you give me a little prior notice here?
Not playing in the same house. I came to my parents' house today, partly to do this, and partly because my husband deserves a day off. So I have the kids here with my parents and stuff. And I don't know. She's probably somebody who I've learned a lot more about strategy games with than she's taught me a lot about strategy games and how to play them. But
I was trying to think. I don't even remember any real interactions between you two. Tell us about how the game worked while you were in it.
Siblings, what the heck?
Well, we know
look like sisters.
We know that pre-gaming is not kosher, and so we really didn't. We We talked about strategy before we applied, and so she knew about the different twists that can come up, and I told her about my experiences. She watched some of the minis, but we didn't have any plan per se. So I couldn't find her for a lot of rounds.
It took many rounds.
And we were not on the same page. I still actually don't really know who she would have considered her allies. She didn't know Matt was in my mini. So it wasn't, it was interesting.
Yeah, we were never really in rooms or close enough to form a bond that others could see. And so we didn't really. She had her group. I had a few people, not as many as her, which is why I didn't.
I'm sure Audrey knows by now, but how did she react to this? Was she like, what
Yeah, we didn't tell anyone. She just applied.
She is so stupid randomly pre-gaming, and she'll be thinking these sisters are pre-gaming, so she's gonna freak out.
Well,
I think she'll be thrown off that she unintentionally brought in two siblings to play.
Unintentionally don't throw out names like
funny.
I'm sure we knew it was going to be a little controversial, but it was too fun to not try. When we both got in, we were like, we have to try.
No, that's amazing. I was hoping you would we're in the same place, so at some point, if you made the final four, like one of you would just walk into the room. That's my dream. I've thought of that before. That would be absolutely incredible if you get two people playing in the same place.
I was scared to do it. We almost didn't do it at all. But I was listening to a strategy session once that Brent was talking, and he's like, they were talking about Emily and her friend. What was it? That game, the different game.
Oh.
Emily.
Was it Emily and Bryce, right?
Bryce. They were friends, right?
Yeah.
And I remember Brent saying, "That's the strategy, guys. If you have a friend that's a girl, she won't get targeted. Bring her in, work together." And I'm like, hey, we're two girls. This is gonna be awesome. So I tried, whatever.
Well, then we didn't really even work together.
I think that was the Emily Bryce mini, right?
Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Well, that's phenomenal.
Guys, I think I had a heart attack just now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not over this.
I was like, you just threw off my whole schedule of who I'm inviting in at what time.
I could honestly care less.
You don't have to invite her now.
I know.
Nicole, I hate you.
But you know what? I'd like to say something.
You had three pre-existing relationships in here. Your sister.
You knew who every single person in the game was before it even started. Don't get me started.
You could have done that too.
Yeah, look at my life. I could do that.
So back on the round. So this was the round that ended in Kelsey's elimination. Let's talk a little bit there. How did we get upon that when we had Hannah, Raymond, Kristen, Joe, and Natalie were safe in the round, and it ended up in the Kelsey elimination.
Well, here's the thing. Here's from my point of view. I don't know how the Kelsey thing got out there, but Joe was screaming, "Give me a name, give me a name, give me a name." And I was like flabbergasted because nobody was telling me a name. So I just threw, I heard somebody say Kelsey, and I'm like, all right, if I have to save my butt. If I have to save my butt for another round, I'm just going to have to throw poor sweet Kelsey under the bus. I don't want to, but I have to think of myself right now because I know I'm close to the door.
Mm-hmm. Which is smart for you. I think that made a lot of sense. I think when your ass is grass, you gotta throw somebody else's name out there.
Like, I knew that the whole fight, like every time I'm in a fight, it ends badly for me, but I think I redeemed myself slightly by not going off the handle and appearing as a psycho.
I also just think I got really comfortable. I thought Natalie putting me up first round, wanting to play really great gameplay kind of just threw me off. It was also raining really hard here in Chicago, and I thought I was going to get disqualified for tech issues. So I towards round 4 and 5, I started to get comfortable. I started feeling the groove, and that's where I kind of messed up. I should have been jumping into rooms that I hadn't been in before. There's a lot of people, both the Matts, Joe and Sparks. I didn't really form relationships with you, that deep. Heather as well.
Well, Kelsey, let me just say this. I hope you don't take it as personal.
No, not at all.
I advocated for your elimination, but I knew I was very close to the exit door, so I had to do something.
Heather, I don't take offense. It's a game, and it was my screw up that I didn't work harder. I actually have a post-it note that says it's a slow burn, and I took it too literal.
At that point, I was feeling overwhelmed by Joe's screaming and overwhelmed by Joe personally. So I was like, "Oh, hell with it! I just got to."
Well, don't feel bad because I actually was putting your name out as well as Matt H. So,
of course, Matt H. threw my name out, but I kind of went and flirted with him. I said, "You naughty boy!" I heard you went. And then I called him a beefcake and left a heart for him.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, and then I walked into a room where everyone was saying my name, and it was too late at that point. I couldn't spin it hard enough. I think the round was ending. So I'm really proud of the game that I played. I think it's always great to get your toes wet. And so when I do come back, which I will, I have a lot to get comfortable with, but I'll be around in Podquester comments. I'm always there. as well as all Twitch streams and YouTube. So find me on the Discord, and
would you play again?
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Absolutely, and we'd love to have you back on.
Kelsey, you played a great game. Please
Thanks
come back.
so much. Yeah, totally.
Kelsey, we love you.
You were awesome.
Thank you for coming on. All right, so that brought us into round 7. This is the round that if you voted for the person who is eliminated, you're up for nomination the next round.
Oh, this was my death warrant.
This was, this was Heather's final round, and this is a round where 2 LOSs were played ineffectively. I'm also going to bring in, Matt. Hello.
Yes. How's everybody doing?
Welcome.
Joe, you said you had LOSs. Why in the heck did you not try to help me with one of them?
So the strategy with LOS is typically to only play them for yourself, unless you're in a room with someone alone, and then you play it for the one person. So
it's not like the immunity necklace where you can just hand it over to whoever you want.
You can.
Why didn't you, Joe?
Because traditionally it doesn't. So it's never been done actually where we've handed it over to somebody. I'm curious about that play. I actually used the idol I actually used it on myself in this round because it's such a random round where anything could happen. And even though it was an ineffective play, I needed the LOS for the
Weren't
random
you
round.
safe?
Not in this round.
Yeah.
No.
You were one of the people that was upright. Yeah.
So I played the LOS before the tie.
Mm-hmm.
I think in our room, I think there was 5 of us, Matt, or 4 of us, where we were like, let's all vote the same person, and Heather was the name. And so, I mean, I voted Heather. I was locked in on that. I don't know if the rest of the room did, but we kind of like, let's just get a group of us.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to know why you chose me, because everybody was saying Jones is like furniture. Jones doesn't do anything. Why are you keeping Jones over Heather? Heather's active.
Oh my God!
Because I went and after I left the call, I went and chatted with people about it who were watching, and they're like, Jones is like freaking furniture. Why did they keep her?
Well, we wanted someone that was. I'll let you just say, Matt.
Oh, I didn't even know the reasoning. I honestly, for a lot of the early game, like the first half of the game, other than the first couple of rounds where I was in danger, and then like the round with the wheel where it was just me, Sparks, and Dane, those are the only 2 rounds where I felt like I could have possibly gone home. And even those, I wasn't that close to going home, but I thought I could have been. And from that point on, I was just trying to build relationships. When I heard a name, I was fine with going it, and I was just trying to build a fortress around myself where I felt safe. And truthfully, like, other than the 2 rounds I talked about, I never felt like I was afraid of going home any other round. And I always knew who was going home every round. So I was just like, yo, just tell me who it is. I'm fine with doing this. And that's
I never said your name. So what possessed you to
So your name, Heather,
Nothing
your name was already
anything.
out there. So I was hoping if more people jumped on that, there'd be more people up for elimination.
That was pretty much what I remember. That's what the reasoning was. Like people were saying that your name had been said. So I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it.
That's what I was going off of for a while too. Like your name was just bouncing around from all the different rooms for a long time.
Like,
and then I was just kind of like, okay. And another room I was in, we all agreed on Heather, and
I can't believe like most people voted you out, Heather, because you strategically people should have thrown their vote to avoid being on the block. There was an odd number of votes.
Your fault.
Oh, I know it was. I'm happy about it.
So don't say you're sorry about it. I just
I'm not sorry. I'm shocked. I'm proud.
again, Joe. Like I felt fine voting for her because I knew even if I was going to be on the block, because I knew I was safe. I had you and Nicole working for me, like helping to keep me safe. I had I felt good about Natalie because me and her talked like on Twitter outside the game, but like not like about playing together or anything. But like I watched her first mini and I thought she was a good player.
You were like the only one that reached out to me after I played.
Yeah, so like I thought I enjoyed watching you play that mini, and I was like, okay, I think me and her are gonna be cool. And I felt like I had built some stuff up with like Matt H. and then Raymond and Topher. I was building a lot. Me and Nikki had a cool connection.
Your video, it blew me away. I was like, I want to be Matt. I am Matt. Felt good.
Yeah.
We all are. You're all Matt.
While we're on the topic, since you weren't here at the beginning, let's just round of applause for what I consider the best Sequester video of all time. Joe, the show considers it second, but that's fine.
Hey man, I'll take either.
Please give us the thought process behind it because it was incredible.
Okay, so I started watching this show recently called Dispatches from Elsewhere, which is like this weird, like whimsically diabolical, like crazy show. And what they do is they jump right into a lot of the different characters, and the narrator, in order to get people to identify with the characters early, will do this like, "This is Peter. Imagine you're Peter," and then he'd do this thing. So he basically explained their lives, their entire backstory, and then you got to see it through their eyes. But I thought, what if I tried to do that for Sequester, but I did it in like this weird, like unsettling way, where it was just me just staring at the camera with the voiceover saying it. And also, I was hoping that it would have the psychological effect of like, maybe some people will imagine themselves in my shoes and then also not want to do harm to me in the game, in the sense of like they started thinking of things through my perspective, through the thing that I was doing in my video.
Why would I personally want to do harm to you in the game? I see
no
reason to do harm.
In general sense.
Yeah. I know there's been a lot of conversations about sensitive issues.
Oh no! I mean like
I
voting out and stuff like
understand
that.
that
Yeah,
everybody has a history behind them, and that they value that history, and I value you for your history. So
oh no,
there's
I just meant
for you.
as far as do harm is like vote me out. It's not anything personal.
You know
I just
what's
didn't want to
funny?
get voted out.
I watched that. I've watched that show. I watched like 3 episodes of that show and had absolutely no idea. Now that you say it, that is how they intro. I was trying to figure out, is this a wrestling promo of some sort? Is this something that I missed out on? But it is not. It was 100%. It was genius, and I loved it so much. And we'll get to the jury speech at some point because that was also great. But so this was the round. So it ended with a tie between Jones and Heather. And then finally the Heather
and the
elimination.
Eagle. That's fun.
So did everybody have that opinion that they were going to vote Heather?
I was going to vote who was it? Jules was the other person? Jones. But then Sparks like got in my head about what if everyone does that, and so then I got nervous and I decided to vote Heather because I was thinking about the next round, and I just totally whacked myself out.
Same. I think it was.
I was so paranoid.
Same. I think Hannah like gave out this one little strategy where she was like, if you vote for like Heather or Jones, then you might be the next one out. And then she made me like change my mind at the last second, and then that's when the round ended and we had to vote and everything.
Well,
and
I wish more people would have talked to me when it came to the discussion for the tie, or even before the tie, because every time I tried to enter a room, people were like, "Oh, I got to go do something," and they all ran away. So I was like, I knew immediately something was up because nobody was sticking around to talk to me. They were all running away from me as soon as I arrived.
Heather, the thing is, for this specific round, it didn't matter about anybody because this was a throwaway round. This wasn't let's get out someone for a specific reason. So you weren't targeted because of anything about you. It was just everybody's name was going out there. So I was talking to Natalie because the thing for this round is you talk so much about, like, let's say Matt P, for example, like we're going to get Matt P out. And then you think that you have enough people to vote Matt P up. So you're like, okay, I don't have to worry. So I'm going to throw my vote somewhere else so I don't go up next round. But then enough people do that to where Matt P, even though he may have been the target, is no longer the target because everybody voted somewhere else. And so your name came up as an easy one to hopefully for people to latch onto. Because again, Heather, like this is how this game works. If your name is up, your name stays up. And this was a round where I was worried because I had just survived against Dane. So I was worried my name might be coming up more because it had already been done in that room roulette. So
yes, but here's the thing though, like every time like I'm in a game and I get shunned or nobody talks to me about something, I know my name is up and nobody wants to admit to it. So they'd rather run away than actually have a frank conversation. And that makes me feel really bad about myself.
Well, I would say about that, though, in a game like this, I mean, maybe that applies for different orgs and stuff, but it's so hard in a game like Sequester to have a conversation, especially in a tie. A tie is literally 90 seconds max. So you're not having really a conversation with anyone. Like if you're in a tie, like my strategy is just running from room to room as fast as I possibly can.
And I tried that, but people were literally, they said, "Oh, Heather, you're fine," but they really didn't say anything else. They just kind of
because we weren't voting when we voted in the tie, Heather. We were voting hoping that we were in the minority vote. Like all of our votes, either for Jones or for you, were in a hope that we weren't in the majority vote. This wasn't let's target, like the thing is we didn't want to talk to you or Jones. I had no time to talk to you or Jones. I needed to talk to everybody else because I needed to see where the vote was going and then hopefully be on the opposite side of that vote.
See, I feel like I had a weird different perspective of this round because I actually didn't care which one of them went home and if I was in the minority or majority.
Oh, that's me.
Just because whether it turned out either way, like because it was a tie, the majority was going to be big enough that I felt like I would have been safe regardless. So I was like, okay, at least 8 people are going to be in this majority with me or something like that. So I was like, okay, it actually doesn't matter if I'm in the majority or not in the majority or where I vote.
First thing, I wish that there would have been a little more heads up, so I wouldn't have. I admit it. I cried after I got off call.
Oh.
Well,
I just wish there was a little more heads up and say, hey, you're going up, you're probably going to go, or there's going to be a tie or something.
Yeah, it's so hard to give people proper warning.
I will say strategically, I put your name out in this round, but I didn't vote for you in the first wave, right? I voted for Emily. Why did I do that? Because I didn't want to be in the majority. What ended up happening, I wasn't discalculating, but it ended up becoming a tie.
Your brain is like a hedge maze. I don't even know if what you're saying is true. So
no, well, on the after show, I have no reason to lie.
Well, this is the thing. This is not a round where like a name's going to get spread. Like 18 names are getting spread around because we just don't know where the votes are going to lie. So there is no heads up one to give you in this round because we don't even know. Like your name may have gone up, but that doesn't mean that everybody's going to vote for you. You could have been a name and then nobody did your name because they thought.
Yeah, but Joe was spreading about me last round, so of course I knew something was going to happen.
But like that, and also like sometimes it's hard to give people heads up because Raymond just put it in the YouTube chat. But like anybody could have had an LOS. So if I'm like, Heather, you're the vote, and then you're like, thanks for letting me know I'm going to play an LOS, and then I go home because of that, I'm going to feel like an idiot.
Come on. I tried an LOS, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, but how would we know that? Like, LOS is a secret. Like,
exactly.
So, but you can never tell someone in this.
Yeah.
Especially if you throw votes, like, you can't.
Heather, do you think that you would, I mean, obviously maybe not the best experience the first time around, but I always say, second time's probably easier. Do you think you would you'd ever play the game again?
Yes, I'd play the game again. Of course I'd play the game again. I just don't know when I'd play the game again. Would they want to see me sooner than later or what?
I mean, I think you definitely made an impact, and it's always better to make an impact than no impact whatsoever.
My goal with this was to teach people that people on the autism spectrum, like myself, are capable of doing things when we've been told our whole lives we can't. We're too dumb. The R word, all this other nasty shit.
Yeah, and you proved it. Heather, your name was up almost every single round, and you found a way to make it not you. Like, that's impressive.
Well, like, I just pretty much, I had to fight for it because I knew I was going to be a target. I knew my name is out there on social media and not altogether in a good way. So I knew I had to be pensive and on my toes and fight.
And you did. It was beautiful.
I think I don't think that there's any way that people came out of this without a more positive opinion of you. Like,
I enjoyed.
In a social strategy game, it was really impressive that I didn't notice that there was anything, that you were on the autism spectrum. I had no idea about that.
I don't talk about it because people say, use that crap as a crutch.
Whatever it is, I didn't know this, and I played with you as a regular player, and I still found you the same level of threat as anyone else in the game. And this is a social strategy game, and you were able to be a social player in an effective way. And I found that totally impressive.
Yeah,
I think you're a true all-star from the season, and I'd love to see you play again.
Here's the thing. I've been in freelance journalism for 15 years, so I've had to learn that social skill, whether or not I have it, so I can do my job.
And it's impressive.
And it worked, and it helped.
Mm-hmm. Like Raymond said, you survived 7 other people. 7 other people went out before you.
Well, I hope there's another chance for me to play again soon.
There definitely will be.
And I wouldn't mind seeing most of you, including Joe.
I wouldn't mind that.
Rivals.
Because he is kind of a cutie, both socially and physically. So.
Aww.
Yeah.
Showmans. Here we go. Sequester Showmans. Put it on the book.
Maybe, but I will let the rest of you talk.
Thank you for coming
on. It was nice
Heather.
Playing with you, Heather.
Great.
Hit me up on Facebook or Twitter if you want to have more conversations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Love you, Heather.
Bye.
And at this point, I lost every single person in my starting room.
What room number was that?
We were room number 1. I had Jacob W., Yorel, Jules, and Heather. And I was like, well, all right, that worked out well.
All gone.
But I messed up in the round Heather went out because I just got an LOS. I DM'd Audrey at the start of the round and I said, hey, Audrey, if I use my LOS but I vote in the majority, am I still safe? And she said no. So I was like, and this was a throwaway round. So I was just nervous it could have been any of us. So and right after I stayed over Dane, I was like, I want to make jury. I can do this. I see it. And so I used my LOS, but what I didn't do was vote for myself. I voted for Jones and then caused a tie. And I literally sat back and I was like, why didn't I just fucking vote for myself and just waste it so I would never have to worry about being in the majority? I was so stupid. So that was me being an idiot part one, is one, wasting an LOS, and then two, not even wasting my vote on myself. It was so stupid.
I think that's smart though that you realized it after the fact. I don't know if
I know, I should have DM'd Audrey and been like, skirt!
So in this round, this was the round. So it started off Nicole, Emily, and Matthew H were safe, and it resulted in Natalie's elimination, sadly. And we also have Emily joining us, so we will bring her in and we can discuss this round.
Family.
What up?
Yeah, this.
Hey! Oh my god. Okay.
This round, I felt so safe. Like, I had no idea. I felt like I had enough connections, and I found out at the last second. I thought Joe was just trying to rile me up. Like, I didn't believe it. That's how cocky I was.
I don't even know what happened in this round particularly. I just knew that I heard that it was your name, and I was like,
Raymond.
I was like, what? What happened?
Yeah. I don't remember this.
I didn't.
Natalie, this is where you went out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
So I think it was Raymond that led it, and I had never really talked to him. And there was
This was purely a Raymond move. Where and we talked about this a little last night. I believe it was Ryan who spoke with him pregame. Like, Raymond's last game was incredible. Like, we were like when we watched it, like in the early game, we're like, this guy is one of the best players of all time. But people caught on to it. Like, they realized like, oh, he's way too good, and he ended up going out like 6th or 7th. Essentially, what he did, or what he tried to do this game, was just to move that back. So this was the first round when he actually started making moves. And Natalie, you were his first.
I had missed his game, so I didn't know much about him. But last night I was thinking it was okay. I was infiltrating the newbies, but then what if the returnees didn't know I was returning? I was with them, and so then I was wondering if that was what got me out, because I looked like a newbie, and I looked like I thought I was being aggressive. So.
I was shocked. I didn't hear your name get thrown around at all. So when you got eliminated, I literally was jaw dropped. I was like, that was a wild one. I did not expect Natalie to go out in that one.
I didn't expect you to go out either.
I wasn't shocked because I'd heard it near the end of the round from a bunch of different people. So I was like, I think she's going to go home, but I don't want her to because she's working with me, I think. And I was like, I'm not going to vote for her. And I hope that what I'm hearing is wrong. But like, I kind of had heard it, and I knew it was in the ether.
Because Topher was the other name, right?
Well, so I don't remember who was in my room, but again, I kept saying Topher's name every fucking round. They're like, who do you want? I was like, well, I don't know this Topher person. And so I said my room, Topher, and that was what we had said. And then I left and went into another room. And then Topher, whoever was in that room with Topher, like room 3, was like, we need to get out Sparks because he's going to make it far. And I said, who's going to make it far? And so Topher and I were like, you're coming for me and I'm coming for you, but what if we switch that for this round at least? And I was like, I'm down for that. And then your name came up in that. So Topher and I agreed to vote you. And I think other people in that room also agreed to vote for you. I don't know what Raymond did, but I know that we had switched that from targeting each other to targeting you as a similar unit in that. And that's where my vote changed to you randomly. I didn't expect it to go to you that round, but your name came up and I was like, if it's not me or Topher and we can agree to put 2 votes.
That's what I heard. I heard if I had just stayed in that room a little longer because you came in, that you wouldn't be able to say me. But I can't remember who I was targeting that round. But I wish I had asked who the other name was so I could have pushed them. But hindsight's 2020.
I think you were targeting me, and so
that's right.
Me, and then we worked together to get you out. So
yeah, because I was trying to be consistent. I wanted to keep saying the same name, so I was only making like one enemy, and you weren't going, and it was so frustrating.
And you told me right away, and we were pretty intense about it. Sorry.
Yeah. All good. I had so much fun. This was great.
And we also have Raymond here, so let's bring him.
Ooh. Oh, Raymond.
Yes.
Natalie,
I want to hear more
in
this round. I didn't get to talk to you at all this round, and I want to know what happened.
Sorry, I missed that. I don't know.
I don't think we can hear you, Raymond. Can anybody else hear him? I can't hear him.
I can't hear no.
No, we can't hear you, Raymond. We do love the NXT hat, though.
Yes.
Try again. Nope, nothing. Maybe try to leave and come back. Well, anyways.
What I was going to say was that, Natalie, unfortunately, I think that was the round I actually met you for the first time. Even though I knew you were a vet, but I couldn't figure out which one it was because I was like, I know who she is. I've seen her. I just can't picture which one it was. And then I met you that first round. You were like, are you even real? And then I was like, I'm here. Target numero uno.
Yeah, that was so funny.
And then I was in a room because nobody was giving me a name. And someone goes, it's Natalie. And I said, okay. So, wish I could have seen you more, but I tried. We all tried.
It was fun this time because the last time I played, I was never in the hot seat. I always got saved and every roulette thing, everything. I just never had to fight. And so it was really fun to at least get that 30 seconds at the end to be like, and I didn't do well, but I was just like, what do I do? So it was just so much fun. I felt like my vision had expanded. Like the first time it was very small and narrow. And this game, I was able to like look at a larger picture. And I mean, if I do play again, I think I'll.
When you play again.
Well, yeah, definitely when you play again. You're good.
Exactly 1 month on July. No, I was kidding.
Yeah.
We'll be there.
Right? No, you were a blast. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be you at the start of that round because your name just never came up, I think, for me in any room I was for the past, like since the start. So it was like this random Topher and I making amends for a hot second. And whatever Raymond did, I'm interested to hear Raymond's perspective because I don't know what he did, but Topher and I decided to go to you. And I think I was telling somebody in the chat that like if you had stayed, I wonder if that would have either been somebody else or if Topher and I would have still butted heads and one of us would have gone home because we wouldn't have been able to do that. So never leave a room, Natalie.
No, seriously. Jeez. Yeah, Sparks, I had seen you in the commentary at the game before, and so you were like on my radar, but I don't know. I liked your laugh so much, I didn't want to go for you yet.
I didn't want to go for you either. It was just a moment where I thought it was going to be me or Topher, and I was like, if I can just make the narrative not me right now, then I'm going to be more of it. Because I had just wasted my LOS2 like a fucking idiot, so I was like, I really need to make sure it's not me.
Topher was on my original like boot list, just so I hadn't talked to him, and then when I finally got to talk to Topher, I was like, oh, I can't go for him yet, and I put like a little X next to his name. I was like, eventually, but I like Topher a lot. So shout out to Topher.
Yes, he did.
So that ended. So Natalie, do you think? I mean, we already talked on it a little bit, but you think you'll definitely play again at some point?
Yeah, I don't know when, but
take a little break.
I think again, I really enjoy this community so much. Like it has been, and I think large part obviously it goes to Audrey, but also the people in it. It's just been like through quarantine, I live alone, don't have much going on. So I really appreciate everyone and just amazing, amazing people. So
absolutely, it was a lot of fun. Thank you for coming on.
Bye.
Bye, Natalie.
All right, so that brought us to the now or later round, which the first part, there were only 5 votes. Not one of them was Nikki's vote.
Nope.
Nope. How did that round go? Obviously, it resulted in your elimination, but tell me a little bit about what you were thinking, why you didn't vote, and how everybody else got there.
All right, so a part of me, right immediately, I messaged Audrey saying I was going to vote later, and immediately after setting that, I was like, nope, I'm going to regret this later. I should have just voted right now because I was like, I wanted to save my vote till later, and I kind of had this feeling that everybody else was going to vote first, but barely anybody did. But I do want to shout out to Emily for being the only one who told me that my name was going around 10 seconds before the round was over, and I was very, very shocked. I did not expect to hear my name get thrown around. I kind of thought I was doing well with hiding under the radar for a little bit up until that point, but I hear my name get thrown around. And I think I was probably an easy target at that point, and then I was just like,
yeah. I went into one room and they were like, "We're hearing a lot of Nikki," and I was like, "Oh, I don't like that." So I found you in the next room by God's grace, and I said,
I was by myself. I walked in and I'm like,
and I said, "What can we try to possibly do?" And then it was round over. I was like,
yeah.
This was actually the probably third round in a row that I voted for Jones.
No offense to Jones. No offense to Jones.
No, I love
going around
Jones,
so
but I
much.
had started saying her name.
That's actually perfect timing because here she is.
Guacamole! Oh my god!
Literally, I honestly was voting for her over and over again because I said her name very loud early, and I just had to keep saying it until she was gone.
I knew it. It's okay.
I know, like no hard feelings against anyone. Honestly, like we played so well. It was such an entertaining game to watch. But Jones, I'm so sorry. Like I put your name like 3 times.
Well, see, I didn't know.
I had no idea how bad I targeted you. It's gonna kill me.
Well, Jones was targeted for like 18 rounds in a row.
She was, and I was like,
never die.
and then after I was eliminated. I was eliminated, and I'm like, wait, Jones is still in for like 3 more rounds after I left. I'm like, okay.
I think we got a hashtag save the guac trending last night. We tried to.
Nikki, I was so mad you went home because I in my notes you see I was like Jones again, and I
was also mad because I did not think he would be voted. I was so confused. I think I was on call with Matt P, like alone with him, and like our jaws dropped when it was like a tie between you and me with 5 votes, and I had my vote on Matt H that round.
You voted for Matt H that round?
I voted for Matt H because I thought it was between me and Matt H. I had no idea.
This is what I was confused by because I didn't know Nikki's name was out there the entire time.
That's why it was a shock for me too.
Jones and I ended up in a room together, and I was like, Jones, I'm hearing your name, and then someone came in and said, Sparks, I'm hearing your name, and I was like, oh, the fuck not. And so in my mind, I was like, I was very honest. I said, I'm legit voting this round because if my name is on the line, I know that nobody votes the first time, and I want to change that narrative to not me. So Jones and I had agreed to both do Matt H. So sorry, Matt H, I voted for you. And then I ended up in a room just with Matt H, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then it was a tie between Jones and Nikki. And I was like, oh, sis. And then Matt and I were in a room by ourselves for basically the whole time. And then they said it was a revote, and Matt let me know that because I didn't understand the rules. Matt told me that it was a revote between the 5 people who had voted, and I was like, "Well, I voted." And I don't watch my room with Matt, but I had this little Grinch smile come on, and I was like, "Ooh, this might be a little sexy to get Nikki out over Jones." And so Matt and I were talking, and we agreed that I should vote out Nikki. And so I had changed my vote to you because I was just like, I think this is a kind of little devious move I can do. Because I loved you, but I was like, I think it might, like, because I just never heard your name.
For you.
I just
never want to say that.
Right. I didn't vote for you until that one vote. Because I was like, because I just thought you were such a force and I loved you, but I was like, I haven't heard Nikki's name this entire game. But Jones is an easy.
That's what I did.
So when the opportunity struck, I did it.
That's what I did. I tried to go into every room just being like, hey, pals. And then immediately I go into like saying someone's name right away. And so then I'm like, that might put me as a little bit of a target later on. Like people are going to try to come for me later. But Sparks, I always had your back. So
just as a shout out for those who don't know, Nikki is good friends with iconic queen Katie Hopkins.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know. For those of you who don't know, Katie and I, we went to college together. We were in the same sorority, and we've gotten a lot closer the years.
Sigma Gamma Sequester. Represent.
Yeah, I know. So I watched her mini replay from last week, and I was like, oh my God, she won and everything. And she gave me like a bunch of tips and tricks, and I kind of took some of the strategies that she was utilizing from last week. Helped a little bit, maybe not as much. So, but shout out to Katie. I don't think she's watching right now, but she's great.
She's one of my favorite winners of all time.
I love her. She's great.
And I think honestly, you were a great player too. You were a queen. We were in the same starting room. Once you left, my whole starting room goes. I can't wait to see you. I didn't want that to happen. Like I didn't want you to go.
This time.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Joe, we were in the same starting room together, and I saw your video, and I'm like, okay, he's a force not to be reckoned with. I like this guy, and so I was like, I always got Joe, and I always felt very, very good that you always want to have my back. So.
If you told me like Katie was your friend, I would have planned on using that.
I did. I wasn't going to tell anyone.
You in the back.
it's a risk, but I would have used it to be like, okay, she knows Katie, which means she's a meat shield because she knows how to play this game.
Yeah, she was tweeting a lot last night about that.
I could have used that to keep like Sparks from saying your name because Sparks would. I hope Sparks might have been convinced by that argument because I talked to Katie and Katie told me she had a friend playing today. I know who the friend was, but I was like, oh, okay, if I know who the friend is, I'm going to keep Katie's friend safe.
Yeah, I didn't want to target Nikki. I just thought it was it was just a little devilish me coming out, and then Matt really allegedly whatever this four. I'm sorry, I really forgot the 4 people in the 4 horsemen, but apparently Matt H is in it. And Matt, I think once Matt saw me start to go that round, he was like, "Yep, do it." Like Matt H was very helpful and securing that little thought that I had and making it a reality. So he did very well being with just me in a room to say, absolutely, like that sounds like the best idea you've ever had. I'm like, it is, Matt.
Yeah. It was such a fun game, but I do want to hear what Hannah has to say because I heard things that she.
Yeah, this was the first now or later vote, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
popcorn! The popcorn.
We want
Here
to
we
go. Okay.
Yeah.
Every time Nikki left the room, I was like, "That girl is shady." I was like,
We need the
I was
target
on
sign.
to you.
I know.
We have the target sign.
Okay.
I tried to print one out, but it was too much ink. So
I feel like Nikki was so obviously playing so hard. I feel like you were jumping around, which is a good thing. And you would come in and be like, I'm hearing these 2 names. And I feel like at one point I was like, do you remember this? Which name is the majority? And you're like, you went like this. I was like, give me something. So
probably, I think I did, but then I realized the person whose name I was going to say was in that room.
Yeah.
And I don't remember who it was, but I do remember being like, then I realized that person who I was going to say was in that current room.
You could have used the strategy I used. You could have just said
Yeah.
the name.
I know.
Well, like,
yeah. It was my first time playing. I'm learning, and
No.
that
That was a bad strategy. It was a joke.
Epic.
You don't want to
game.
No, bad
So
move.
like, this is where I threw the Girls Alliance under the bus was Nikki.
I tried to get that started, but
You did, and I was on board with it. I was not on board with you. I was threatened by you like crazy. Sorry, is that too much? I don't know. I'm spilling the tea. Okay. Yeah, take it. Like I was like, this girl's playing. She is throwing names out. Throwing names as in telling who the 2 people are. She'd be like, she'd come into a room and be like this and this. So I was like, I need to get Nikki out sooner rather than later. No pun intended about this round. And thank you. And so I don't remember who was in the room, but I was in a room with I think like three guys I wanted to work with, and I was like, don't let this come back to me. But Nikki is starting a Girls Alliance. So that's when I threw you out there. Was Raymond, were you there?
The same time. Yeah, this was around the same time we were starting to solidify that Horseman Alliance. Mm-hmm. And then somehow it was 3 of us in the room with you, Hannah, and you let the Girls Alliance slip. Or well, not slip, but you told us about it and then bounce.
Yes.
And we were all like, okay, well, this alliance is real now. Yeah. We gotta go for Nikki.
Yeah, but I remember it was Hannah. I can't remember the other 2 people, but I know that me and Raymond were in the room. I think it might have been Matt.
It was
maybe
Matt, Hannah.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway.
Oh, is that really?
Yeah.
Oh, because we picked, we agreed on the now or later round. I dropped that bomb right there. And then
it was Matt H. Because me and Matt H said we were going to save our votes because it's made it easier. The 2 Matts were going to save their votes for later.
Yep.
Yeah. So I asked for a reverse Charlie's Angels with Hannah.
Yes. Yep. That was it. This was the round.
Yep. And, so it's Hannah's Angels. It's not the Horsemen anymore, right? It's Hannah's Angels.
Basically, I was trying to align with everyone. So yes.
Okay. Fine. Whatever. He's not taking it. He's not taking it. So anyway. No. So I'm, my target got out that round. I threw out the name. She went. And I know it's risky to vote in that first round, definitely.
It is.
So
yeah, that's why a part of me was like, I think I might save it and vote for later. But then my gut feeling was like, nope, Nikki, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. You should have just voted right there and then. And then I'm like, ugh.
And real talk, Hannah, I wasn't totally on board with it, but once the deal was like, I don't have to vote this round, I was like, whatever you guys want to do, I'll be fine. I'll go over here. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm just not going to vote.
Yeah. So, Matt P, when did you throw out my name to Nicole? When did that happen? Was that later?
It was later.
Okay, we'll get to that later.
This was the round where I think, this is the round where I mostly became on board with you for the most part, but I still was definitely loyal to the thing that I had with Joe and Nicole. So that was the thing that I was doing, but I was like, you know what? I feel good about Hannah, and I'm going to work with this because you were so honest with me about the wanting to get out Nikki, and I was like, okay, I feel like I can trust her at least as far as she's going to tell me what she wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this was the round that I'm just throwing all my cards out there. Like, right? I was like, here it is.
Trust no one.
The name of the game. I think it was a shame, Nikki, because I feel like we started realizing what a great game you were playing. And then, like, within a round or two, it was cut short. Like, we thought it was possible we were going to get, back-to-back Katie and you. And then it ended out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think maybe, like, people trying to hype me up because I knew Katie was probably, like, set up to fail at some point inevitably. But, I mean, it was my first game playing. I actually still am a little confused on how to play, not going to lie, because I've only been in the Sequester community for about a week or so. But it's such a fun game.
You did really
to play.
well.
Thank you.
So the first one you watched was Katie's? Was that the first? Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great.
Especially considering that you did really well.
The only one I watched, I talked to me and Katie were on the phone like all week. I was like, give me your tips. Give me your tips. How did you do this? What did you do? Blah, blah, blah.
Have you played games before?
What?
Sorry. Have you played games before?
No, never.
Okay.
I never applied.
This is your first game ever?
First game ever. Never applied and never, like, I didn't even know about Sequester until last week. So this was.
Oh, wow. You've never played an online game?
Nope. No,
girl.
I was bored for a very long time, and then Katie was like, "Girl, do this."
And your video was incredible,
dude. Okay, I was not fully sober when that video was filmed. I will admit that, and sometimes that helps, sometimes it doesn't. But I used to make YouTube videos for a period of time, so like the editing kind of came in handy. But yeah, so I'm just so thankful for the opportunity. Audrey did a great job at everything. I was so thankful to play with all of you guys. It was such a fun experience. I definitely am gonna apply to play again. Definitely. It is not over. Maybe me and Hannah might be final two. Who knows?
Oh my gosh! Right?
That would be pretty great.
I would try to take you out every time.
But yeah, so it was. I heard to everybody the support. I was. Like, my phone was blowing up. I only told like 3 of my friends that I was doing this, not expecting them to actually watch, and then they did. So I'm so overwhelmed by all the support that I've been reading online. I've seen everything. I think like right after I got out, I immediately ran to my fridge to get some Ben & Jerry's because that was the first thing that was on my mind. I was like, I want my ice cream right now because I've just been in my room the entire time.
Yeah, you got queen status, Nikki. Queen Nikki.
Yeah, you
so
definitely.
Hannah, so did you. You freaking won. Yeah, but thanks again.
Thank you for coming on, Nikki. Well, I'm sure we'll see you again for sure.
You guys will. You will. Definitely. You will.
Nikki, I tried to save you. I tried.
It's okay. You know what? My fellow Jew over here. I got.
We went Jews back to back. So
I know. My fellow
anti-Semitism.
I was
kidding. Everybody, kidding. We're not trying to get that out there. Kidding.
Joe. No,
I just know the plan was Nikki then Emily.
Yeah. Matt, I forever will love your video. I told my mom about the video. I'm like, watch Matt P. He had the best one. He was so funny.
Which is why I was happy I didn't have to vote for you this round, because I was like, I like Nikki and I don't want to have to vote for her. I don't want to have to do this.
But thank you guys so much. You guys were such an amazing crew. I'm so thankful and incredibly grateful to played with such an iconic group of queens and kings.
Yeah. You're great, Nikki. Thanks for coming on. Bye. All right, so that brought us to the second round of the now or later, where there were 7 votes remaining. And this was a really quick round. Like, I feel like this round went like 2 minutes, like 2-3 minutes.
I was surprised at how fast it did. Yeah.
Yeah, and it resulted obviously in Emily's elimination. So what were we thinking here? Who still had votes, and how did that go?
I voted for
I still had a vote in this round, and I remember in the previous round, I think we had said half of us are going to do, we're going to vote for Nikki the first round, and then they said like, and who's going to be the next round, and people were saying Emily from then. So I was like, okay, I think that's what's going out there. So let's see how this plays out. That's what my perspective was around.
Yeah,
I think part of why I went so quick was.
It was funny. I made a final 2 deal with Emily.
And then you voted me out right after.
And I voted you out right after.
Yeah, you told me this last night.
Yeah,
Do you really think
them.
Wait, but Joe, do you really think I was genuinely going to make a final 2 with you?
No, but I just think it's funny that happened.
I was going to work with you. But here's how I knew.
Honestly, I was going to work with you too.
I really wanted to work with you, but I knew at that point my time was limited.
When your name was being said, I wasn't going to push against it.
Again,
I said it.
Target. Here.
Yeah,
there's literally no hard feelings. Oh my God, Joe.
I know there aren't. We talked
anybody.
after the game. Like, I love you. I think you were a really strong first-time player. You, Nikki, there's so many people who played their first time. Obviously, Hannah, but like amazing first efforts. And not with Hannah, it wasn't even a first effort. It was a first time in a win. But still, Emily, you really impressed me. You really turned up the notch. I really am a fan of your game.
Thank you. Yeah, my first time playing, I don't know where that side of me came from, but I liked it. It was fun. It was fun.
You were doing amazing.
I knew, Nicole, because you have Kristen in the room with you.
Yeah.
Or wherever she is. This is when I knew that round I was done. Because I go in a room and Kristen goes, Nicole's coming after you. So I go to try and run around. I couldn't find you. And I said, crap, I'm done here. I get back in the room. Kristen, while we're talking, I go, there's anything I can do. Can you please save me? Please do something about it. She's eating her little thing, smirking and laughing at me, which, to be honest, was a little salty at the end because you were sort of laughing as I was getting eliminated, and I was a little offended by it.
I'm so sorry.
No hard feelings. But when Kristen started laughing, I knew I was done. I knew at that point.
Was that the round when you left and then came back into the room to try to catch us talking about you?
Yeah, and I did that multiple times.
Oh my God, Emily was so annoying about
that. Back and I was like, she totally
talking crap about me. I'm gonna find out. Nobody learned.
Yeah,
that was my trick.
I was just uncomfortable because I knew that you heard me say it, and I was like, oh my gosh, all right, say
it. We're sisters. But the best part was, I was like, excuse me, Massachusetts people.
I know.
And then you're sisters.
Nicole. That was the only time that we agreed on someone to vote the whole game. It was just like Emily.
Wait a second.
Well,
that's really the only game I heard.
I really literally.
And I could have voted that round.
This goes back
to feelings. No hard feelings. Like, I was shocked. I survived round after round after round after round when I was pushing my name to try to like do whatever I could. Yeah. So I knew that my time was limited. There was no way that I probably was going to get to jury. At that point, I realized if every single round someone goes, your name is still out there, what was I going to do? The round that I had to throw my vote on Jones to the revote was because I knew everyone was going to go for Heather, and I just needed one round to be safe, just to breathe. Because at that point, I was like, I was a mess. I had my anxiety medication with me. It was just a mess here. And because it was like, from the beginning, I was like, I just didn't know. And it was like every single round when you hear your names coming up, I knew that one of these rounds I wasn't going to be like good for me. So when it was my time, I wasn't like, obviously it was bummed, but I knew that I was going to go. I was playing very aggressive, very hard. Yeah. And when your name's thrown out there constantly round after round, there was nothing I could do to escape. I tried to get LOSs. I really did, but Nicole freaking found them all and hoarded them all. Rude. But she had 3, Joe. I know everybody else had some, but she had 3. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I knew that I wanted to keep Joe around. I really wanted to keep Nicole around. And I tried, at one point, I almost said, I know exactly who you are in the game you play. But I didn't want to out you to any other people in the room because I didn't want to say, like, if people didn't know who Nicole was, I didn't want to say, like, she's a really good returnee. And I knew who most of the returnees were, but I wasn't trying to, like, say, hey, I know. And so I wanted to keep all the big names. And then when I became the big name, I was like, keep me around. I am your meat shield. And I think at one point I went to Kristen and I said, I am your meat shield. Keep me here, please. And then you started laughing. And I was like, stop it.
I'm really sorry I was laughing.
I don't.
Yeah, I never viewed you as.
To be honest, Emily, I was not going for you before that round, but I think the round before the hour later started, I wrote down in my notes, I haven't heard Emily's name in like a round or two after all.
Two.
And so I said,
I get 2 rounds free.
Yeah, so I said, you know what? If she gets by in a few more rounds, she's going all the way to the end. And so I was like, as soon as I got a chance, I couldn't vote, and I had an LOS. So I was like, I'm gonna
totally respect it. I respect the hell out of you, Nicole.
You did amazing. I mean, I was so impressed. I was so impressed.
My first game, I think I really,
yes,
I really,
yes,
I think I did okay.
You did amazing.
You're amazing.
Yeah, I just loved that because I had already voted, so I was kind of like, just please God, don't let it be me because I can't do anything. And we were in a room, and they were all saying your name, and you showed up, and it was so funny. And then the round ended, so we were all there, and I was kind of like to you, like, well, I voted, so if you go home with me because of me. So I was trying to just like put it on other people where I'm like, well, I don't know, I already voted, sorry. And it's so funny.
I know that they say like, okay, in an hour later, if your name's going around, you're supposed to vote in the first round. But nobody was giving me a name for the first round, so how was I just supposed to throw my vote when I could save it for the next round? And nobody was still giving me names in the next round, so I was like, well, it's probably me, but let me just see what I can do. But yeah, no, I respect everybody in that game, and I've apologized, and Emily and I have made amends. But when you're your first game and Audrey goes, the first thing you have to do is nominate somebody. What are you supposed to do?
So I had a lot of feelings on that last night, in that I felt you were 100% justified. Not only was it the best reason, like it was by far the best reason that anybody gave to target someone. Like you had a legitimate reason based upon facts that someone else shared your name to target them. Like all the other reasons, they had no reason to do that because they didn't know the people. You were actually protecting your own game. I did actually want to bring in Matt here to discuss this though, because you had a complete other like way of going about it, in that you wanted someone with your name in the game, and that confused me. But explain that a little bit to me.
Well, I just find in my real life that anytime I meet a Matt, we're usually pretty cool with each other just because we have the same names. I don't know if there's something about my name specifically, but I was like, every time I meet another Matt, I'm like, oh, Matts, we stick together. It's cool. And I did like the idea that I had allies in the game that I told them whenever I get in a room with them by themselves. I'd say, if anybody ever says, like, let's go after Matt, you go Matt H, and then try to push it in that direction. So at least there's a salve for me if my name comes up at all. I was like, I want to keep that going for as long as I possibly can. So that was my thinking on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my thinking was I was in the waiting room. I put my display name as Emily, and I'm sitting in the little waiting room, and then they throw the F on me. And at that moment, I wrote in my notes, I am screwed. Because whenever there's 2 names, usually it causes confusion. So the first chance that I had, I said, well, there's my reason. That was it. I felt bad. And then when everyone's like, oh, well, Emily was robbed. And I was like, well, I felt bad for doing that. But what else was I going to do? Throw a random person? And then when they say why, because Audrey also didn't say what's the reason. I just started giving a reason. So I was just like, I hope this is justified. I was just trying to be bold. I was just trying to say, sorry. I'm not apologizing.
No reason to apologize.
I didn't know she was going to go home that first round.
I didn't think so.
That was literally the only round.
Maybe I did have a feeling she would go, because if I said, you know, because I did say that there's another Emily, so people are probably going to say, well, let's just get out the other Emily. I didn't vote for her. At the end, I tried to. I mean, we've made amends after where it was okay.
I was for that, yeah.
Yeah, it was just, you know, I tried, and then after that, and I knew that when Audrey said, "Okay, Tether," I was like, I am screwed. My fate was done. I was like, great. What's gonna happen here? And then somehow I survived that.
I was super impressed by your game, because it's not. It's so often that if your name is out there that early, you're done. Like you're not escaping multiple rounds. Like your name is just going to keep coming up, and it's very rare, especially when Joe the Show's on your heels, to avoid that, and you managed to avoid it and go very far in the game. So I think for a first game, I was definitely impressed.
I definitely was.
Thank you.
It actually might have been one of the reasons why I decided to go with the vote for this round, just because I was like, she was around from like the second round, her name was coming out, and she was like not only able to like stop it, but like she had a whole thing with Joe and then made amends for that. And then they were kind of cool with each other after that. I was like,
my favorite part, I don't know where. Good. My favorite part of the mini was telling Joe the Show to shut up so I can speak. Just saying, Joe.
My favorite part of the mini is when you left. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. That was a joke.
Oh, we made up after. No, guys. Joe and I are fine. We are friends.
We're friends. Yeah, we talked after.
I was just trying. Well, this is what happened. Joe comes in the room, and I'm sitting there. It's me, Dane, and I forget who else was.
We talked about
Yeah, I know you guys talked about it, but I wasn't here, so I wanted to say how I was feeling. Please.
Yeah.
So Joe goes, okay, this round, what do you want to push? And then next round, we'll push something else. And I said, and he goes, I'm thinking Narelle for this round, then Emily for the next round. And I said, oh. And Dane goes, are you sure about that? And so in my head, I go, and then Joe, whenever he, after the call, when we tried, we talked about it, I'm like, okay, great. So I know Joe's coming for me. So what I have to do in this instance is get him to stop talking, because I know he's going to keep trying to talk over me like he does with every other person that he has a confrontation of, because that's just who you are. You talk a lot and you talk loud. So I said, in this moment, kick it into high gear, make him shut up and listen to what I have to say. And I got you to flip and not vote me out that round and not want to come for me that round.
There were two things that
you can't push it all. You cannot push it all that you did that on me, because I had a part in saving myself from you for that round.
No, this wasn't me at all. Like it was totally you to me, and there was also Heather. It wasn't like anything to do with me in terms of agency of my own. First of all, I think Nicole has a bigger role in taking you out than I do.
Oh, I know she does.
Yeah.
When I heard Nicole was coming for me, I knew I was
remember
because
literally
Nicole was in with everybody. Yeah, I knew this. So I knew when Kristen said, hey, my sister's coming after you, in more or less words. But when she said, Nicole's coming after you, I said, round 10, I'm done. Nothing I can do. I tried every single room to run and find you to just say, hey, can we not this round? Maybe next round, that's fine. Maybe save me for another round. But when I couldn't, I was like, okay, my game's done. I was just like, I was happy with it. I had no regrets, no hard feelings with anybody. The only thing is I wish I could have seen more people, just because when I'm running around fighting for my life every round. I had a great relationship with Matt in the couple rounds, and then I didn't see him until I was done, basically. And I was like, what happened to that connection?
It is. It's a completely different. It's a completely different game. If you start the game in danger and you're like you can't build any relationships. You're literally just trying to run. I've experienced it multiple times, just trying to run for your life the entire game just to survive. But I think it's an art form to do it, and I think you did it really well. Do you think you'll play again at any point?
Me? Am I gonna play again? Oh, absolutely. I cannot. I don't know why it's taking. Like, I've been a fan of Sequester since the season 2 live version, and I've seen almost every mini. They all blend together. That's why I was like, I recognized Matt, but I couldn't recognize which. And Natalie was the same thing. I was like, I recognize them, but I can't figure out where they were, like which mini it was. And I'm friends with so many people, and it's very like getting involved in the community. And I just think I have a lot of anxiety issues per se. So it was a lot for me to even apply and get on. But then once I got on, it was, granted, getting targeted every round wasn't great, but it was like so freeing, and I just felt like such a rush after. So there was absolutely no hard feelings of anything. I was targeted freaking round after round after round. There's not much I can do. I tried to make myself safe. And that round, when it was the video clip and I pressed 9, I didn't mean to press 9. I meant to press 8. I wrote down it was 8, but somehow my finger turned 9, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll take safety.
Your finger knew. Your finger
my
knew
finger
better than you
said,
did.
I was shaking so much, so it must have just said, well, here you go. That was so much fun. Thank you all for playing with me and for my first mini, and I really appreciate the love and support that I've been getting, because I just felt maybe I was a little too aggressive, but hey.
No, you were great.
We love aggressive.
You were
We love
great.
aggressive on Sequester.
You're
Thanks
this
for coming
energy's
on.
going to come back. Thank you so much for having me. I had a great time. Continue
Absolutely.
watching.
Thank you.
Bye, Emily. Thank you. All right, so that brought us into History Can't Repeat Itself with a Drag, which ended with Noah's elimination, and then unfortunately dragging out King Raymond after Nicole uses one of her LOSs. So what was everybody's strategy there? A lot of thrown votes, I assume, but because nobody said Noah, like not a single person said Noah the entire round. So how did we get there?
I'll talk about my strategy. I had the LOS and played it on myself and then voted for myself. I did that the reason I did that is, hey, Matt H.
Matt H, maybe.
So the reason I did that was because I was afraid of getting dragged, right? I was dragged in my last mini, and I was traumatized ever since. So I spent weeks thinking about how to circumvent the drag round. And the only way I knew to do it was do something with the LOS. So there was two options. One, wait to hold it until you potentially get dragged. That's a risk, because if you do that, then the votes may fall on you. You could be the vote. So the second option is to play it on yourself. But if you play on yourself and vote for someone else, you can get dragged and then not have the LOS to save yourself. So I decided to just combine both in one, play the LOS on me, and vote for myself. The only risk with that is in the case of a tie, I wasn't protected, but I decided to throw caution to the wind. I think that my likelihood that it would be a tie was less than the likelihood that I would be in any other likelihood.
Joe, how many LOSs did you have in the game? Just two?
Two.
Yeah, my strategy for this round, I remember looking at the board and they announced that it was the history can't repeat itself. And I looked at the board, I'm like, I can vote for everyone because there's literally no person that I voted for that's still left here. So I was like, okay, I feel like I'm pretty open. I just kept on trying to figure out like who have other people voted for, because I'm going to try to vote for somebody who I've heard their name out before. So I know that some people can't vote for them. Hopefully, so I can throw my vote there. I ended up throwing my vote on Jones because I know that her name came up before this, and I knew that a bunch of people wouldn't be able to throw their vote on her. And I was like, okay, I hope this is going to work out for me, and it ended up doing well. So
yeah, I couldn't vote for her that round.
For me, my strategy for this round was like I heard names of people I was aligned with, so I was like, screw that. I ended up voting for Kristen this round because I hadn't voted for her, and I wasn't voting for Hannah. I wasn't voting for Topher. Like I had a list of people I refused to vote for. So Kristen was one of like the few names of people I hadn't voted for. So I was like, I'm just going to throw this vote away. I know no one's talking about her. She's not going to come drag me because she's not going to get it. I think I was probably the only person to throw out Kristen.
I actually voted for Kristen too.
Oh my god!
She was definitely on my short list of people.
I think that Kristen and Noah were both probably the most vulnerable at this vote, and I knew that.
I knew that she was going to drag.
I had already voted for Noah around a couple rounds previous just to throw a vote away.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I can't vote for Noah. I didn't say this to like anyone, but I knew in my head if I had gotten voted out, I was dragging Noah. So like when Noah was voted out, I was like, fuck. Oh God, please don't tell the universe that he's not going to say my name. Please don't let him say my name.
If you guys knew how close I came to voting for Noah, because it was between Noah and Jones, and I was like, I actually typed in Noah and then deleted it and then put in Jones, and I was like, hopefully I made the right choice.
Yes, I voted for Noah, and I almost asked in the chat if I could change my vote before she announced it.
Yeah,
actually, I started pushing for Nicole this round. Well, I thought I had more people on board for Nicole, and the problem is Nicole ended in a room with me, and so I was in the room with her, and I did not want to vote her while she's in the room.
That's what saved me because I was gonna vote Noah, and then I crossed it out and put Kristen because Noah came into my room, and I was like, well, but this is. And then so I got another LOS, and I was like, I'm fucking slaying this LOS game. Like your boys got 2 pre-jury, and I was like, if I use my LOS, I thought I was more in danger of the vote versus the drag, and my dumbass still used an LOS and didn't vote for myself to make sure that I didn't accidentally send someone home. So I got very lucky that it ended up being Noah, and I think because I was in a room with Noah and I didn't vote for him, that I was safe. But what I was mad about is that he dragged you because I needed you more than anybody else in the game. Like you and I never really had the chance to talk, but when we did, we both looked at each other, and every time we're like, this is not separating. Like I won't go for you, you're not going for me. We both know we need to stay. And I was like, I have to go in jury with just Joe the show. Are you shitting me?
I thought if I could have made it past that was set up perfect. Because I had my Room 2 alliance still with Jones and Kristen. I had the 4 horsemen thing. Like I said, there was an unspoken thing between us. And if I had gotten what I wanted, Nicole would have been out that round. So I was like, oh, I'm sitting pretty. If I could just make it past this. Except that did not happen. If Nicole did not have the LOS, the game would have been different.
See, and I voted for Noah, knowing that probably Noah or Kristen were going to be on the block. And I was like, I wouldn't hate to be in the majority now. I don't want it to be me. So it's sort of like Joe's, like, how do I avoid being the one who gets all the random votes and ends up on getting voted out? And how do I use my LOS best? And so I chose to try to vote in the majority. So I could use my LOS if they tried to drag me.
I have to say, interestingly, the same thing about, I felt the same way about Raymond, and he's leaving now. Goodbye, Raymond. That's
Hi, Raymond.
you. As Jacob felt about Raymond. Whenever I looked at him, as good of eye contact as you could possibly make through a computer screen. And we looked at each other and we're like, yeah, we need to go to the end together because we're big meat shields and we need each other. And I don't know how sincere you were, but I was a huge fan of yours in your game. I watched you, of course, live. I was rooting, I was really shocked when you left. I know you played hard and you were playing a much better game this time, but I thought we had similar threat levels coming in. But you did a great job with your social game this time, especially because you did lay back in those first 5 rounds. That's something I just can never do. It's not my personality. I will never be the guy who lays back for 5 rounds, but I don't think it's not worth mentioning as a good strategy that someone chooses to lay back for 5 rounds and then strikes. I actually think that's probably the smarter play. It's just not the way I play.
Yeah, it was a struggle to not name names from the start because that's just how I play.
Right.
So like I said, that was my plan coming in. So I was just like, and plus I had people like you who were throwing names out in the beginning. I was like, oh, a name's already out there. I could just be like, oh, this one's out, and someone else said it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were the guy who was running the ship in your original mini, just for those unfamiliar. You were running the ship throughout pre-jury. No one else was really as strong with saying names. And in this mini, there were me and Sparks and Nicole were all big people in terms of saying names. Yeah, you had Emily fighting back. You had a couple, what's it called? Yeah, you had a couple people pushing back and being on defense and saying names as a result of that. But me, Nicole, and Sparks played a really offensive game, and that really helped Raymond because you were able to let us play our game and then strike in rounds like when you took out, I think, Natalie. So
Raymond, you were in the perfect
really impressive
spot.
stuff.
You really were in the perfect spot.
If you didn't get dragged, you would have been in a really good spot.
Yeah.
What's funny is as soon as I saw Joe the Show's intro video, I was like, oh, final 2. I was like, I'm pretty sure he will want to work with me, and if I can keep him in, he is going to be. He's this bigger threat level because, I play hard and say names, but I'm not very boisterous. So I was like, me and him can play the exact same, but he's going to be the name that people say because he's
right.
Well, also, can we point out before we get to the end of Raymond's tenure that we had that wrestling group chat that we made for plug July 6th. We're doing the wrestling podcast for Sequester, but we created that 3 days ago, and then all of a sudden 3 of you were in the game last night. I was like, what is going on?
I wasn't in the 4 Horsemen.
Yeah, neither was I.
I wasn't good enough.
I actually didn't want to the 4 Horsemen, Joe.
We're all here, so let's
you didn't need me
bring
with
us all in
me
here.
there. You didn't need me there. I was someone that
There we go. 4 Horsemen. Oh, Raymond left, but we all 4
Horsemen now.
Oh, actually, Matt, you'll appreciate this. I wore my Mr. Perfect shirt.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
In honor. So, all right, there we
go. No, yeah.
Yeah, like Matt and Raymond probably never included me in outlines because they knew I was going to work with them regardless of what. It was this unspoken relationship.
Yeah.
Matt and Topher had a final 2 with. Matt
me and Topher made that alliance.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a Matt and Raymond call.
Oh, okay, but they wouldn't have said to put me in. They wouldn't have said we got to put me in.
It crossed my mind. I was like, Joe is also a fan of wrestling. I could try to get him involved in this, but then I thought about it. I'm like, no one really knows that I'm working with Joe or Nicole at this point. No one's talking about it. And I kind of like having them separate from the other things that I'm doing. So I was like, let them keep doing their thing. I'm just going to keep him separate.
Yeah, the whole strategy with Matt was to keep him silent because I was telling no one he was a veteran. I was making sure no one thought he was like a player before. Raymond, I wanted people to know he was a player and that he was a really good player because that was the only way that he could be seen as the threat that I needed him to be seen for the purpose of being a meat shield for me. Matt, it was different. I needed that secret alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing, too, Joe. I never knew you were a wrestling fan.
Well, yeah, that's
before this, and so that's part of where, you hopped in, made a final 2 with me, but then never like made any attempt to like connect. I knew Matt P was a wrestling fan. Matt H and I talked about how terrible Impact is. Me and Raymond connected right off the bat. Like there was no like.
I connected with you about something else. I didn't connect with you about wrestling. I was taught like your story really got to me.
Oh yeah, no, you hopped in and said that right before saying let's.
And that was genuine. That was genuine.
I believe that.
Yeah, that was genuine, and I said that like as a genuine thing. That was truly like something that made an impact on me, and that's why I wanted to bring it up to you. So that was where I was building that person. It was not just building a personal connection. You were someone I genuinely did. I did want to work with you. Did I want to like go to the end with you? No, because like if I did, I think you have a good story to tell, and I'm not a likable guy. I think you're heroic. I think I'm villainous. So I think if you had,
Russell Hantz. You're Russell Hantz.
Joe, if you would have said that to my answer, if that was the answer you gave me in the final 2, you would have got my vote.
Don't tell me that.
Like, no. Because I asked you, was our relationship genuine? And then you went on this tirade. You're like, yeah, it was genuine, but I was making final 2s with everybody. I made a final 2 with Emily, and then voted her out. And I'm like, I'm asking.
I didn't know you wanted to stop. I didn't know you wanted me to like tell you how great of a human being you were. Like, I thought you wanted to talk about my game because that was what you were assessing.
It wasn't
it's about you.
Human being I was. No. It was about what was our connection.
It's all good. Don't shade. It's fine.
Yeah. But I appreciate you, Joe.
We will definitely.
We'll talk about that when
we will definitely get onto that. But unfortunately, King Raymond was robbed. I feel like we didn't get to see it this time around. It was coming. The storm was coming, as Hannah would say. The storm was coming, and we didn't get to the storm. You were cut off beforehand.
Yeah, I knew it too. As soon as she said Noah, and I knew mine was, I was like scared immediately. Yeah. Even before that LOS play, I was like, "Oh, he's gonna take me," because I had told him I was working with him, but like not really. But I was like, "Oh man, that's gonna come back to bite me now."
One more thing that I didn't get to talk about, the eeny, meeny, miny, mo thing. That was another strategy I had throughout the round. Basically, making sure that. So I've talked about on Podquester how I think that people like me should be taken out in the drag round, because if you take out me in the drag round, then I'm going to likely drag the least entertaining player. So if you're a player like Raymond, if you're a player like Matt, P, sorry, H, I probably would have dragged you. If you're a player like Topher, if you're a player like Nicole, I wasn't going to drag you.
Yeah. So by making it randomized, everybody's in danger.
Anyone's in danger. So I needed to make sure that. I think people worried about that. I wanted to make sure that people knew anyone's in danger. I am not going to base it on who's least entertaining.
But you would have actually done it though?
Yes, I had to stick when I make a threat, I need to follow through. Or else in a future game, people are going to say, "Oh, he's making a threat, but he doesn't always follow through with his threats."
I like the play. I don't know if I actually like the result of doing that and possibly taking out a deserving player, but
I know I hate it as a fan, but I have to scare people because I hate it. The fan of me hates doing that. I hate it when Billy Lawrence did it, but the strategist in me knows I need to make that threat or else people take me out. Because I am the fan, right? I will drag the least entertaining if I'm left to my own devices.
Was your eeny, meeny, miny, mo, would it have been a work or a shoot?
It would have been, that's a good question.
Work.
It would have been a work.
I wish people, because I think people forget that with the drag rounds, you can drag anybody. It seems like people only ever drag
who voted for them.
Unless you're me.
Like that when it's clear that you were somebody who dragged from or voted out from thrown votes. I wish it would take like half a second extra to think about, okay, well, who should I actually be taken out of? Because clearly these people just threw their votes on you.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that's me being bitter. But I think people should take that extra step and just be like, well, let me think of a good reason to drag somebody.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think, Raymond? If for a third time you think you'll be playing again? You're going to throw your hat in the ring again?
I mean, I'm trying to come back like 10 times.
Yeah.
You'll be back on
the only problem is the more I play, the more my game is exposed, and people are going to be like, oh, well, he does it like this.
Raymond, just wait 3 months. Don't forget about
I
you.
said it to people.
And you can just slide right in.
Disguise.
Wait 3 months,
Disguise.
grow out your hair. You can put it in like dreads or something.
Come as
And, like,
Spider-Man.
a huge
No.
beard, just a whole
Here's the thing. Joe the Show making it to Final 2 last night shows me that anything is possible. So there's a chance that I can come in and play next weekend, and I can end up being in the Final 2. So
Raymond, you're going to be in an all-star cast. I'm going to hold off. I'm going to say it already. I'm not going to play a patron mini because I think I'm going to be targeted. I'm hoping maybe if I come back, it would be Audrey asks me. That would be my hope.
Yeah.
At least for a little bit,
hope
for a
of
couple
mine,
months.
too.
For a couple months.
I think so. I think you're both really big characters, and I know it's definitely not the end. Thank you for coming on, Raymond. Once again, July 6th. Plug it again. July 6th, wrestling podcast.
Wrestling podcast. I'll tell you my story of how I became a pro.
Hate that you're doing it.
Yes, I'll be there too.
So hate.
I'm sure at this rate we'll probably do another one. Thanks, Raymond.
All right,
Thanks
guys.
for coming on. Bye. All right, so that brought us to round 12, first round of the jury. This was, again, History Can't Repeat Itself. I don't know if we've ever done History Can't Repeat Itself twice in a row before. That seemed weird to me. But
it was great for me, apparently, because so many people had already voted for me.
yeah, my first thought was it was great for
It was for me and Joe.
America's favorite player, Guacamole Jones.
Oh, Sparks is gonna have problems with that.
Well, Sparks will understand.
This was when me and Sparks made the decision to go after Kristen.
Yeah, so let's discuss
We were
that.
working
This is
together
a round
on
that ended in Kristen's elimination. So let's get into that here.
Yeah.
So this was an interesting
I was
round
in the,
again because of the history can't repeat itself, and I was just like, I can still vote for pretty much everybody, so I feel good. But I was worried because I didn't know how many people had voted for me before, and I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go for me.
And I had voted for Kristen the round before, but I was
between-
willing to tell everyone, let's vote Kristen, let's vote Kristen. I'm not voting for Kristen, but let's vote for her anyway.
Yeah, I did the same thing with Topher because Topher threw
I
out
think
Kristen's name, and I said, sure, but I had wasted a vote on Kristen when I didn't think she was going to go, and I think it was like the drag round, because I didn't think Kristen would go in the drag round, so I wasted my vote on her. And I didn't want to vote Hannah, because I loved Hannah. And then Kristen and Hannah said Nicole, and I went with Nicole because I could vote for her.
I also voted for Nicole.
Yeah.
I voted for Hannah. For me, it was between Kristen and Nicole, not Kristen and Nicole, Kristen and Hannah, and those were the only two names I heard. And I was trying to kind of hold on to the room 2 thing because I was desperate for it, and I still loved the 3 of us that were still in the game. Yeah. So I ended up voting for Hannah.
Yeah, I pretty much knew at that point you couldn't.
No, I couldn't
Right,
vote
and
for
I
Hannah.
was
I had already voted for her,
so
so
I
it was
voted for
between
Hannah.
Hannah and Kristen. And Sparks had done such a good job of making me feel like my name was being tossed around a lot. And
Because I was tossing your name around. Topher, every round I threw your name out. Because people wouldn't put out names. Nobody would. I was so frustrated pre-jury because nobody would throw out names. And I'm like, well, I don't know Topher. And I was like, Topher and Kelsey, then Topher and Jones, then Topher and Emily. And nobody would latch on to you. I was so frustrated. Because every time I put your name and someone else, they were like, not Topher. And I was like, okay. Over it.
I made quick connections with people to prevent that from happening. Like what Natalie said and stuff like that. Anytime my name was brought up, people were deflecting it the whole time. Everybody was saying I was under the radar, but I was really pushing hard for it to not be me.
Yeah.
Topher, is this the round where you did protect me? Where I heard, was it you and Nicole says time, we should do Hannah, and you said I'm not voting Hannah? Was this that round, Topher, or was that later?
I don't know if it was this round or the next round. No, it was this round because I couldn't vote for you, so that made things easy. Okay. I'm not voting for Hannah.
Okay.
Well, but I didn't want to vote for you, and our room 2, I hadn't connected back with Kristen or Jones in a hot minute, and I had a lot of faith in the maths. So that's where I was like, I'm going all in on this 4 horsemen, and Kristen just doesn't fit into the equation anymore.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Kristen.
That's okay.
Knowing that it was between me and Kristen, who I love Kristen, I wanted the teacher thing to happen.
I know, me too.
But knowing it was us 2, and knowing who was making a decision, I said this in jury questions. I felt like this was my one good answer in jury, but like just like trusting the people out there that they were going to protect me, like Matt H, like Sparks, Matt P, but I don't know about that Matt P. Just kidding. But like, and well, I was actually trusting Jones, but Miss Jonesy over here voting for me. So, anyways, that being said, I just really felt like I do think that there is a social game in Sequester. I think that it's 5 hours long, but you have to just like go with your gut with connections. And I just was like, all right, I'm trusting those people that are making this decision while I'm with Sparks and Joe in a room.
Yeah, for me, it was just, I knew it was down to me and Hannah. And in the last room, I don't remember who it was. It might have been you, Sparks. They were like, give me a different name. And for me, it was so good. All right. But this was who I had. Well, you were there. I wasn't going to say you. But then Matt and Jones were people that from the beginning I felt close with. And I wasn't sure where we stood, but I wasn't going to throw their name out. And then I had Nicole. And I was like, who the heck do I say? And then Matt H, I would have said, but I voted for him. So I felt like my only hope was just to hope that people were voting for Hannah.
Well, I was hoping that because of the Dane and I situation that I wouldn't be able to get too many because I assumed that some people would have voted for me over Dane. And so I was hoping that this round I wasn't as fearful because I felt like people had said my name enough times in pre-jury that I may have been safe. But then I didn't want either one of you two to go. I was like, this is not good.
I know,
and
same.
That's why I was like, Joe and I got into the room with y'all and I said, you need to, I did it again. I was like, give me a name if you don't want it to be you. And you just sat on your ass for a little bit. And then
Did I not say your name?
But you said Nicole after, and then I was like, okay, I can do Nicole. Like I was willing to literally throw my final two with Nicole out of the window for y'all. But Kristen and I had this really cute thing. Like Kristen and I bonded when we were in room 5, and I said, let's not be in the same room together. And that was me and Matt P and Joe, and I loved it, and I was here for it. And then I just put in the private chat, but like Hannah literally had me. Hannah had me as her little puppet. Like Hannah made me feel that if I voted for her, like Cooper would have read that and like disowned me, would never love me as an owner again. Like Hannah did that.
Yeah. Thank you, Sparks.
Yeah. So like I couldn't, even though I could vote Hannah, I was willing to literally throw Nicole out of the game for Hannah. Like that's what she did to me. I'm sorry, Nicole. I love you so much.
For me though, I also knew that Nicole was in a better spot than me, and so I wanted her to stay in over me. I was like, that's not worth it. I knew she had a lot more connections, so I was like, well, you made it further. Better chance.
I love both of you guys. It hurt.
Yeah, Sparks, you won me over as well too. Like I from your video, I was like, oh, this dude is gonna be a threat. And then when I found out you were returning, I assumed you were a good place returning. And then after when I found out you were first vote, I was like, how is this dude a first vote? He was so good. So I think that I wish you would have told me in the game that you were first vote returning. You know what I mean?
I didn't know though that people knew I was a returner except for Kelsey, because Kelsey came into my room like first round and was like, Jacob, I loved your game. And I was like, what game? I was in it for 10 minutes. Like, what do you mean what game I played? I didn't play anything. So I was really hoping that like, even though I may have been known for doing some Podquester stuff and being more in the Facebook community, that no one would know that I was a returner. People wouldn't know that I had played because it had been almost a month, and I was just kind of hoping that it would be a cast of people who didn't know the game like when I first played. But Kelsey tried to get me with that, but I didn't know people knew I was a returner because I didn't even know Joe blasted me. I had no idea until after the game that Joe had put my name out and said he's a returner. Stupid Joe.
Yeah,
Joe
used all of our histories against us.
Yeah, Joe, that was clearly his plan. We'll bring him in here in a second. So this resulted in Kristen's elimination. Here, let me I'll put up your banner, even though you're not going to go anywhere because you're right here.
You might. I might say that.
Just kidding. So this brought us to the tether round. We had tethers of Sparks and Nicole, Hannah and Matt P, Joe and Topher, and Jones and Matt H, and this resulted in Sparks elimination. So I'll bring in Joe here and let's discuss.
I thought you were saying Kristen's elimination. Sorry.
Bring in Matt H. I want to hear because.
Oh yes, we're gonna bring in Matt H too. All right.
Yeah.
This is definitely the round where my alliance with Hannah was completely solidified, and I was good with her because we were tethered and we were on the same page, and I was like, we're good.
I want to say about this round, because it's been driving me nuts that like Matt and Hannah have been getting all the credit for this round. Jones and I started with Matt, and I said to Matt, we need to get Sparks out now. And then Matt ran, and Jones and I were like, we're going to kick it.
Yeah, and then did you jump into the room with me and Matt P? Or
Matt was in my starting.
No, I was in the starting room with Matt and Jones, and they told me that they're going to go for Sparks.
I was
so
like,
then I had to go find.
I
had to go find Hannah and let
go.
her know that was going to be the plan.
That's literally what I told him. I was like, go find Hannah. He told me you were tethered together. I was like, go find Hannah.
So then I went and found Hannah. Me and her got on the same page as that, and then luckily Topher came in the room with us. And I think he was
get
paired
Topher
with
in here. Take me out. I didn't have a role in this. Put Topher in.
He came in the room. He was paired with Joe, and they said they were going after. I can't remember who they said they were going after, but I was like,
Jones. I think it was
Jones.
me.
Yes, it was Jones. Yes, there you go. And I was like, don't do that. We're doing Sparks this round, so you just vote differently than Joe, and the 4 votes that we have together is going to be run the day.
Yeah,
and
you guys did
basically,
that.
I got
You did
Topher to do that, and then we were just done.
I'm just like,
that
Jones
was the end of that
got
round.
like no credit from the community. They were like, this was Matt and Hannah. Matt and Hannah. It was like, no, this started with me and Jones, and we got Matt to run to Hannah, and they took care of the rest.
Spill it, Matt.
And I honestly, the reason I switched over to the two of you from going, like, I thought there was no way that I would be able to beat Sparks in the end if we came close to the end. Because I also, during this round, Nicole came to me and we formed a plan that, it was either this round or the previous one, that we were going to go to the 4 and we were going to force the 2 people to vote the 2 of us to tie. So that way the 2 of us would end up on a wheel. That was her idea, and that was where I was on board for that, and we were going to go with it. So when the opportunity came to burn Sparks, I run into Hannah's room, and she's like, "Oh my God, we were just talking about how much we love you." I was like, "That's it. We've got to go for it," and I voted for Sparks that round.
Yeah. And it was so funny because I was so thrown off. I was so fucking confident this round. I was like, we got it. Because it felt so good at the start. And I literally, because it was me, Hannah, and Joe. And we all had 3 different pairs. And we all agreed about Jones. And then Joe left to go find, because I knew Joe wasn't going to go for me. Joe and I were not going for each other at this moment.
I knew he wouldn't either, yeah.
And so I was confident that Joe leaving was not something I needed to worry about. And then you came in, and Hannah's like, this is my duo. And I was like, fuck yeah, we're voting Jones, right? And you're like, yeah. So I was like, okay, that's Hannah and Matt P are voting Jones. I know Joe's going to go get Topher to vote for Jones. And I think Topher will do it because you just don't want it to be you, right? And then I left and ended up in a room with just me and Nicole. And Nicole and I had decided Jones. And I was like, this is fucking fabulous. 3 votes for Jones, 1 more pair. Like, we got this. So I spent the whole time just shooting the shit with Nicole, being like, this is a game of sharks, and we are 2 beta fishes that are in that little middle part removed. We're going to get each other, and we're going to be a great final 2, and it's going to be great. Because I was like, everybody left in the game is phenomenal. But I was like, Nicole, I feel this. Like, you and I could make it to final 2, and we would have great jury banter. And then the votes get read, and it's me, and I was like, are you shitting me? They got me, gal. Yeah. And it was such a good blindside. It was so fucking, no, it was beautiful. Because if I'm going to go out, I would love to go out in a way that blows my mind. And I told Matt H this, like, I fucking love him because Matt H was like, yeah, I helped facilitate that. I was like, you little shit. Like, that was so good. It was so good.
I think the only reason this plan worked was because me and Jones just decided to stay put.
Yes.
If people wanted to talk to me or Jones, they had to come to us. So I was like, if I keep myself and Jones out of sight, out of mind, I also knew I had Matt. I was pretty sure Hannah would come over because we were all cool. So I was like, I got 2 pairs. If
I feel like
pairs, split and go, but I was pretty confident.
When we see tether rounds, when I've seen these before in Sequester Minis, I feel like they can go crazy.
Yeah.
And the fact that it went on our end, like it was like boom, done. I was like,
I can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear Hannah.
I can hear Hannah. Yeah. Hannah's good.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, anyway, so I was so glad to have like a pretty easy tether round.
Yeah. Like once I knew that I had the 4 locked down, I wasn't even trying to win over another pair. I was just like, I just need to make sure one of the pairs doesn't vote together. So we had the 4 to run it, and then it'd be good.
Yeah, I was surprised watching it because at first it was all Jones, like across the board, because there were two groups in there, both saying 100% on Jones, and then the other one saying possibly Jones. And I thought it was over because you 2 did not move. And so I went to your room to see who you were voting, and by the end, everybody had changed their mind. and changed to Sparks. So
yeah, I was never voting Jones this whole game. I was obsessed with Guac Jones, and
we're all obsessed. We are all obsessed.
I know.
Just like we are all mad. We are all like.
I was sick of it.
Like when I thought we got tethered together, I was like, "This is the perfect person to be tethered to," because I know she'll just chill with me. We'll let when it was me, Jones, and Matt, and I was like, "I am tethered to Jones, Matt. You go do work."
That was it. So that resulted in Sparks' elimination. What a better showing, sir. We're proud of you. We're all proud of you here.
From 22nd to 8th, we love to see it.
Yes, we do.
You're great.
It's so good.
And like I enjoyed everything that I got to do with Sparks, like in the pre-jury stuff when we had a conversation. I was like, I feel really good about him, but I know that he's really good, and I don't want to.
Pre-jury was a fucking blast.
That was my same thing with Sparks, because I said his name like a couple rounds in like the beginning. I was like, Sparks is a really social threat. If we don't get him now, it was the 3-person rounds. Like, we don't get him now, we got to get him later.
Oh no! In pre-jury, anytime someone said Sparks to me, I was like, no, I'm
well,
not
it was
doing
the round
it.
it was you, Sparks.
Not doing it.
It's the round I was pushing Sparks. I was.
I
Like,
100% pushed Dane that round because I'm like, I'm not doing Sparks. I just won't. Like, I wanted to have him in for a long time. So
I was just like, as long as it wasn't Matt, I was good with either leaving, but I was like, Sparks is really social. I can't. I have Sparks in my universe.
And I think, and that's what I told, because someone asked me, they're like, well, what did you do differently? And I was like, I think it's just, I got lucky, because I think if I was nominated in the first or second round, it would have been a different story. But because I got to avoid the initial first 6 nominations and I missed the tether twist, I just got to mess around and build relationships and have some fun and try to control the vote as much as I could to make it go the way I wanted. But I think it's because I was able to do that it changed. But I came in, want to let people know, I think people take the game a little too hard on themselves, and you can be the first boot, you can be the second boot, you can be the third boot, and you can be a nobody in the mini that you play, but it's not how you do in the mini, it's what you do while you're in the mini and what you do after. And know that it's not a representation of who you are as an individual or who you are as a game player, and that you can do it. So if you're not, like if you're a Jacob W, if you're an Emily P, if you're a Patrick, like apply again and again and redo it. Audrey notices that someone has to be an early boot. Someone's got to be the first boot. And she understands that it happens. Just come back, learn from your mistake, and try not to let it happen again. and don't let Hannah get your heart.
I thought I had your heart, Sparks. I thought I had it. You cheated on me with Hannah.
Well, Hannah got me good on there. But love you all. It was such a fun game. I'm interested to hear how the rest of the rounds went from your perspective. Nothing but love.
Love you, Jacob.
Love y'all.
You're the best. You're the best, Sparks.
Bye. All right. So that brought us to round 14, which was the bounty round, where Joe the Show got his way and finally took out Guacamole Jones after many battles of surviving. Let's talk a little bit about that round and how we got there.
It was a second round for me.
Nicole got her way finally.
Well, Nicole, I think here's the thing. You tell him, kid. Yeah, Nicole. Seriously, Nicole executed the play that served my self-interest.
Yes. Well, right? I knew it did.
And I think Nicole was all my self-interest as mutually aligned with her self-interest. So that's ultimately what happened, but it did help put me in a really good position at 5, right? Think of it like this. I knew that I was in a tough spot going into final 6. Got my bounty out. I could be really good heading into 5. So I wanted my bounty gone. I mean, some people,
in the room with me, why were you not telling us to vote for Jones?
Okay, well, basically, I wanted the vote split just in case. Well, I saw Nicole as a threat, and I didn't think you were going to vote for Jones anyways. One, Jones was in the room with me, I think, or she was coming in. She was in the room. So she was in the room with me quite a while, and one of my strategies when I'm taking someone out is keep them in the room with me. Keep them in the room with me as long as possible so that they don't think I'm going for them, and also think that they're building a bond with me, which doesn't matter to me because bye-bye. But the reason I went and I threw Nicole under the bus. It was preemptive because I knew that Nicole needed to be positioned as my meat shield I was entering the game without any meat shields now, right? Like, Jacob Sparks just left. He was the one playing the best pre-jury game besides Nicole, but Nicole was playing this good middle game, everyone was saying. I needed them to see her as more than that. I needed them to see her as a top-tier player, better than potentially me. Because if they did see that, they might have taken her out at 6 if I didn't get Jones out, or they might have taken her out at 5 if she stayed in, which was my intention. Regardless, I didn't want to be in a position where I was fighting as the only big threat left in the game. I needed Nicole to be my meat shield. So I wanted to tell Hannah and Jones that Nicole had made it to the final 2 before. I threw Nicole out there like that to show that Nicole was a massive threat. If she made it to the final 2 once, that means she successfully navigated the final 4. That means she can navigate it well again. I was preempting the final 5 where I knew I would be a target to be taken out, and I didn't know if I would win the true or false comp. I didn't know what it would be. It would change, but I'm bad at competitions that are like true or false or word scrambles. I can't do them. So I didn't think I would win it. I wanted Nicole in the firing line. And I also wanted her in the firing line for Fire 4. I needed her to be my meat shield. I needed there to be 2 meat shields in the game, me and Nicole. So I had to throw that name out. But in regard to getting out Jones, of course, that's in my self-interest because in the long term, Jones needs to go because she's no meat shield to me. She's aligned socially with the other players.
Right.
You know, she wasn't someone who people would have been like, she's a threat to win. Not that you didn't play a good game, but no one's. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying like Nicole was someone who everyone was worried about. I needed people who people were worried about to remain. No one was worried about you, so I needed, and you were my bounty, so I needed that buffer at 6 to develop the narrative that I wanted at 6. So Jones going was in my self-interest.
And I couldn't have Jones getting to the end because if I was against Jones in the end, her story was Nicole was coming for me the whole time and couldn't get me out, and that was not acceptable.
Yeah. I think actually this was the round that me and Nicole made that deal because I listened to Nicole and I voted for Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So because I casted a vote for Jones this round, I did. I'm sorry, Jones.
You're an actor. You're a pro actor. I was in the call with you, with Joe, and with Hannah, and I saw Hannah's face drop, and your face drop, and Joe's face drop, and I was like, "Oh no, Joe's just lying to them all." And then
they fooled me too, Jones.
Yeah. So
I love how everyone knows I'm a liar. Like
Jones, I told you what my question for you is though, we ended up in a room together and I told you Nicole is coming after you. And you were like, what? And like just completely shocked. And from there, I couldn't do anything to get Nicole out because then she popped in the room and Nicole's like, so what, give me a name. And then me and Nicole had this really weird standoff of I'm like, I can't name a name because I'm going to name one of your allies because I know that I'm aligned with literally everybody else that you're not aligned with. And I really, if you would have went with me on that with Nicole that round, we probably could have gotten Nicole out a lot sooner.
I could tell that Nicole was aligned with Joe and Topher, especially after that vote when Jones goes and not Nicole, like Joe was saying. I'm like, all right, Joe and Nicole are a thing. And I voted for Nicole that round, and I'm like, there's no way she's going near 4. So I know that a lot of people are like, I can't believe they let Joe get that far. You know, like, why isn't Joe going? I'm over here like, Joe can go far. I need Nicole out of here.
Honestly, it was in your self-interest to take out Nicole. Well, more than me, yeah. Because
I was trying to get Joe out ever. I was not afraid of bringing Joe to the end.
I was actually, yeah. I think actually you have a good story, Nicole, getting to the end against me. You probably do beat me because I played really messy.
It would have been close.
It would have been close, but I do think you beat me if you managed to do that, which you wouldn't have been able to, because people wanted you out.
Well,
right? Like, at 5,
if I had one more LOS, I probably could have made it.
Oh, thank you for teaching me the trick, by the way.
Are you going to share the trick publicly?
Yeah, I think you should share the trick as someone who got no LOSs this time. I think you should share
Only my Secret Hitler game got that trick.
Don't tell Joe the tricks or Joe steals your show.
I was not afraid. When I play games
we were on Zoom the previous night, and she teaches me the trick.
Yeah,
about, and her and Brent Wolgamont coached me on LOSs, and I managed to get 2. I think Nicole could have gotten those LOSs because no one was getting them besides me, her, and Sparks. So she could have gotten those LOSs if it wasn't for her teaching me that trick potentially.
That's possible.
So thank you, Nicole.
Hey,
I like your game up, yay! Well, you helped me, so okay, yay!
Hey,
I was manipulating her before the game started, but it wasn't pre-game, so amazing stuff.
Yeah, Joe, I thought you were going to share that secret last night in the private chat, and I never got anything. Probably.
Well, you're playing against me Tuesday.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. I didn't realize. Whoops.
I was fully assuming that you were probably playing tonight because of hints. So I knew what I was doing. It's fine.
Yeah, because I dropped some hints.
As a friend, to help loving a friend.
There you go. So thus ended the Guacamole Jones experience. I was the leader of the bandwagon here. I felt you were a ray of light in the overall sequester. It was a lot of fun watching you. So please tell us you will play again at some point. Or explain to me, how did you get into sequester? Because I was curious. Have you watched a lot of them? Or are you a fan?
No, not at all. My first sequester, I watched it. My friend Alyssa was on it. I think Joe was on it. And I knew she was on it. So I was like, I tuned in for that one.
You know Johnny, right?
I do know Johnny. Yes, yeah. I know Johnny and I know Alyssa. Yes. I mean, I saw bits and pieces of the mini. I had to leave a little bit later because I had things going on that day too. But I did see the beginning parts of the mini. So I saw that one. And I think I was on a call with my friends. And I was with Jules too. Jules and I knew each other outside of the game. And it was just you know what? Let's just be quirky. Let's just be fun. Let's just apply for sequester. I think it would be really fun. Because we play I play online games. We play at orgs. Everything like that. And we play minis too. This is my first legit one though, so it was very whoa. But yeah, we thought it'd be fun. And I didn't think I had really low expectations for myself this game. So I genuinely did not think I would make Final 7 in a 22-person cast full of badasses. I was very terrified. But yeah, I would love to play again. This was so much fun. It was great. So, and thank you guys for making it fun too. Because all of the experience is not only the casting, but everything. Yeah. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you for coming on.
Yay. Thank you for having me.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So that brings us to the next round where Joe had safety from the bounty and it resulted in Nicole's elimination. This round was just chaos. I mean, it was pretty much chaos from start to finish. But let's bring. The popcorn is back. We can discuss this round and how we went about it here. It resulted in Nicole's elimination.
I just was moving too fast. I didn't even stop to think. Could she have an LOS? I didn't even cross my mind once, which is ironic because I didn't vote with the majority all the time, and I very intentionally voted as well as I could. Let me finish talking.
No, I'm serious. Can we speak this up because I have to eat dinner.
Okay.
Soon. Yeah, just a small one. No, I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. I just
bring the dinner with you.
This is a turn of events I didn't expect. Joe wants to speed up the recap show. All right, let's do it. We're almost there.
Always shockers with this mini.
No, I was just saying that I very often was how could I get screwed if somebody plays an LOS in this round? Should I vote this way or that way? Is there a person I could make it smarter? Just in case. I don't want a random rogue vote to be what takes me out, especially because I have all these LOSs. So the whole time I was, yeah, she has a good strategy too. But so this is the first round where it literally didn't even cross my mind. And I was going so fast and I was so excited and being I had just
you and Joe were not catching. You and Joe were going. You and Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody else Matt P was Hannah, and
I was trying to get your attention, Hannah.
I know, and I'm just I don't care. Right. But no one caught that. I don't know. It was really, really funny.
I played this one really chaotically.
Well, I thought that.
And
I thought the four of us were all voting for Nicole.
I didn't want Nicole out.
Joe was
I didn't vote for Nicole.
Oh,
I didn't want
I
Nicole
voted
out
for
in
you
this round.
round, Nicole.
I think it was 3-2-1.
Yeah.
I
Who's
cast
the
a vote for
vote?
Nicole.
Nah.
I did my vote.
For
I
who?
put my vote on Topher because I was I believe Nicole and Hannah have LOSs, because like
And in my brain,
I had a gut feeling Hannah did.
Nicole, I felt like had like a million LOSs, and Hannah was very calm. So I was like, something's up with Hannah.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna put my vote on Topher. So if like everyone votes for those two, it's not gonna be me. I was like, I'm putting an insurance policy vote to protect my ass.
See, and in my mind,
Nicole.
it could have been Hannah or Matt. Like it could have been either. And so I just like was like, and I just picked one and didn't even stop to think after that. And that was.
So
I wonder if
definitely was I wanted Nicole and Hannah to both make it through to the next round because my ideal Final Four was me, Joe, Nicole, and Hannah. That's what I wanted to be the four.
Me too. That was my ideal Final Four.
That's exactly what I wanted.
Isn't that what I said? Isn't that what
I wanted Matt, Joe.
I called it out. I called out what I want the Final Four to be. Yeah. That was my strategy to develop the the narrative of where I wanted the rounds to go, and also like to preemptively, like I was telling Topher what the strategy of the Final Four was, and it's a textbook play, but I was really reading from the. So we'll get to Final Five later, but I was reading from Dash Katz's textbook on how to play Final 5 and 4. And I wanted to preemptively say that in Final 6.
Wait, Dash Katz has a textbook?
Yeah, and it's a beautiful read. There's some jokes, there's some...
I didn't listen to a single
Do
word
I
you
buy
said.
that on barnesandnoble.com?
No more
buy it on sequesteraccess.org. Merch. In the merch page. No, if you think that's serious. No. No, but seriously, like, Dash... We'll get to the Final 5 strategy later, but I wanted to plant the seed that the strategy is to have a meat shield at the end. And so I needed that seed planted right away. And I also wanted to plant the seed that I wanted the strong players to get through so that I could easily orchestrate the vote at 5, regardless of who won immunity.
Yeah, Joe, I think that you're like this round, the bounty, the end game. I think that you were killing it. You were being the loud voice. You kept talking, being, putting it out there. I think that it was pretty obvious that you wanted, like you just said, the meat shield. You wanted Nicole there. You wanted her in Final Four. And I think that if you guys would have caught on that I had an LOS, you two could have tried to switch it on someone else instead of me.
Yeah,
I had a feeling, but I had a feeling because you were very quiet. I'm like, why is she quiet?
I know, right?
And I'm too much of a fan of Sequester to know that if a person's quiet, just like MP and Winners at War, if a person's quiet during the Final 6, they have the LOS because their strategy is just shut up, which I don't think is a good strategy, but it is the strategy that many people run. It's a strategy.
It's a strategy when the person who you won out is the one who's getting the other heat. So you're like, let's do this.
But I get the strategy. It's not a terrible strategy. I get it. It's just not the one I would ever do.
It was a winning strategy.
No denying.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we can get into like a whole analysis of how I don't think every winner always does everything perfectly.
Oh,
like if I won, I think I had so many mistakes.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that, people would have said I was a top tier winner of the season. Like that's what people were prepared to say. I would have said, no, I was crazy and messy. Like just because I win doesn't mean I played a beautiful game that was perfect and mwah. Like, no, I played a messy as hell game.
I did not see this kind of like cuts to the chase, whatever. I did not see Joe in the final 2. I was ready for Joe to be out at 4. Like I thought that the big person who's talking, I thought he was going to be out at 4. So I think that Joe like killed this end game.
Mm-hmm. He did a very well. He could do 5 and 4.
But he didn't even hear me say it. So I take it all back.
No, I said earlier, like I'm gonna advocate for Hannah's game during this thing because I think Hannah played a wonderful game and earned the votes that she got.
Oh, 100%.
So,
Joe, you just missed me complimenting you again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She did.
I'll watch back. I always watch these things back.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, good.
All right.
So that was the end for Nicole. I mean, I don't know if I watched the stream back. I was so sure you were going to win the entire game. I was like, this is bound to happen.
I was sure I was going to do it because I believed that me and Topher were going to do the Final 4 right. That's what I believed. So I was like, we got this. We got this.
I stole your Topher.
You sort of
did. Well, no, I just believe Nicole. I when I was questioning Nicole about, I was like, "Do you have an LOS, Nicole?" And she did not seem. I really in the final 6 when it's the last time to play it. There's no need to lie about whether you have an LOS. So the fact that she's sitting there going, "Maybe I don't know," I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to vote for Nicole because otherwise I could end up voted out. So I had no choice but to vote for you, Nicole.
Yeah. Alternatively, the best thing, if you wanted me to say, would have been say, what if Hannah has an LOS? Because I wasn't thinking that. That was the cue I was missing.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I think,
There's my mistake. There's my biggest mistake of the game by a long shot.
That LOS saved my life.
Yes.
Yep.
And I will say, besides me and Nicole were the ones who played our LOSs correctly. So that is pretty cool. Out of the 6.
It was great. It was great. You're great, Hannah. It was fun.
Nicole, I'm putting it out there. One of the best players to never win. I think that's cemented after last night. Any final thoughts?
I'm gonna tweet Nicole a bunch of Leslie Knope because I freaking love Leslie Knope. So.
Yeah. Well, I don't have too many. I think I've said a lot. It's fine. But
I'm sure we'll see you
one
again.
day. Hopefully, play again. We'll see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming on.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Nicole.
Okay, so that brings us to the final 4.
Me and Matt P. That's it. That's all we need right here.
Final 5.
There we go.
Louie is now on my list.
Sorry, final 5. I was trying to hurry it up for Jeff.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to give you a time.
So just to quickly talk about the dash strategy. Okay. Just to quickly talk about what the dash playbook is. The dash playbook is when Dash was going crazy. Like he was really drunk and yada yada yada. What he did was he very screamed at Sarah G and TSL. I'm gonna drag one of the guys if you bring me to the end. So I'll vote out one of the guys. You name the guy. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna drag them if we make it to the final 4. And Dash is the big name, but he was able to get to the final 4 because he made that promise. But once he was at the final 4, what he did, I'm going to try and put 5 and 4 and 1 because it really is 1 for me.
This is where you were awesome, Joe. 5 and 4 were.
I copied Dash. And I just with a little bit of tweaking.
This is what happened during Final 5, and I realized my mistake. What I should have done was said to Matt and Topher, "Let's get rid of Joe. Hannah can drag me. I don't give 2 shits." The 3 of us were aligned. I should have said, Joe can kick rocks.
That's what you guys said at the beginning. I rewatched this round. You guys said it at the beginning.
I was trying to pull the plug on Joe, and I didn't say much more because I wanted Hannah to talk because I wanted to respect Hannah, and I couldn't get a word in over Joe.
Well, that's a strategy. That's the strategy.
And once we get to jury, Joe, I think you'll learn where this strategy backfired for you.
Well, that wasn't strategy then. That was me being overly passionate.
Right, but I'm saying
that's not strategy. That wasn't strategy.
I might be going soon. I know for me as a juror, when I got to jury after this round ends, how you were acting had upset your jurors.
No, that's fine. I understand why I lost. My point is that wasn't strategy. That was me being so excited I got to the end. That's not what I'm saying the strategy was. So when you're saying that the strategy of being loud in rooms doesn't work, no, it clearly works. I think the strategy. Just so I can finish my point. It clearly works just because I want to be clear about it. It clearly works, especially in the end game. It's what Sharifa Yasmin did. It's the reason that she was very high on my game because I kind of replicated that playbook as well. It's what the people who make it to the end and win consistently do. Jacob Jones, the 2-time winner, this is what he consistently does when he gets to the end. The other strategy, of course, is what Dina did and what Muna did, is to stay silent. I don't do that. So it's either be super loud or super silent.
I think you're missing the point, though, Joe, that there is a certain level of you can be loud and you can be controlling of the room whilst showing respect to the people that are still in the room. And I think you got so passionate and so hyped up that you did not consider the fact that you are playing this game, which is a game, but we are not inanimate objects. We are real people with real feelings that you have to connect with to then get our votes in the end. And that's where everybody's like, it's a bitter jury. But no, you steamrolled in the final 5. And that's, to me, the fact that Hannah was able to subtly be like in the middle of you speaking, Hannah was like, guys, we're gonna go Matt. I was like, all right, cool. I wasn't even listening to you. I was listening to Hannah. So you were just the whole time. And Hannah, she got that word in. That's where Hannah got my vote. I wasn't going to the final four because of you. I was going with Hannah's lead because she'd had my back for the last several rounds.
Right, that's what happens. I just needed to convince one person. So
once I lost Hannah, I was screwed. Because I knew Toker and Matt were going to probably swing the way Hannah was.
I just needed to swing one person. I mean,
Joe, let's just let me talk. Because you cut me off twice.
Well, no, you cut me off. So
no, I was the one. Like, I've been trying to talk this whole time.
Go.
I'm going to now. I'm saying, like, your passion is great. I loved your passion. Like, I'm not saying you're not a dispassionate person, but you have to remember at the end of the day, you need to read the people that are gone. And I think that's where you like talking about replicating these people's strategies is you did not read the room. Like you hurt people with how you treated them on their way out. And that is probably why you did not win.
Yeah.
And make the jury better. And I think that's very
bitter.
Time out. No, it is better if let me explain. Better is a viable assessment of a jury. It's not saying that you guys are doing anything wrong. It means you're upset with the way I treated you on the way out. Better is not like
because I don't think you also played the best game because the person who plays the best game is the person who ends up winning. Hannah played an amazing game. She doesn't get the credit because she wasn't the loud one.
Yeah,
and
Hannah's
and
social game.
I definitely agree with that. I think Hannah was great.
Like the Twitter feeds, Hannah's getting shit on so hard because you were loud and people love you for loud and love you for passion. I love your passion. Like I'm not trying to attack you at all, but I'm going to say while I have the moment that Hannah played the best game because Hannah is the reason I got out at 5 because they were listening to her. They weren't listening to you. I could see they were listening to her. That's why I kept saying, Hannah, what do you want? What do you think? What do you feel?
Okay,
so I was going to ask that, and I guess we probably should have asked the entire jury, but we can ask the 3 who are here. Because I was curious as to if your decision was made prior to going into those final 2 questions, or if your mind was changed. Because I was so sure that Joe lost it with the questions, and that's what turned people away.
For me, I was willing to keep an open mind. Like, I wanted to keep an open mind. But from everything I had gotten previously and how I felt Joe was answering the questions, I couldn't in good conscience vote for Joe.
And I understand that. Like I understand that I screwed up the jury questioning, and I completely own that. And I am not saying otherwise.
Go ahead, Topher.
When I was first dragged, I'm gonna be honest. I was really upset at Matt and Hannah because I felt like it was unnecessary that it wasn't me and Hannah in the final 2. And I felt like the 2 of them had planned to get Joe there so Hannah could win. When I first got in, I was like, I'm voting for Joe because I got dragged. And then Joe, like, I don't think you understand. Like, you overtalked Hannah the whole time. You overshadowed her. Hannah played an awesome social game. And I went back and I'm looking at the social game that Hannah played. Joe, you couldn't get Heather out and borderline, and I'm not throwing the B word Heather around for the first half of the game. I'm not rewarding that, bud. You know, and that's where it's like Hannah did a really good job.
What I'm saying is I did not. You're arguing with a different crowd. You're not arguing with me. I'm not saying that I never have said that Hannah played a bad game. When have you seen me say that? When did I ever post something like that? When have I ever said something like that? If you look, let me just finish because I've been attacked by. I've never insinuated anything.
You asked me.
Right.
I've said it in the chat. I've said it publicly when I made my post about my game. I've said it constantly throughout this podquester. What you're talking about is probably the reaction you received from other people. And defend those actions to them. I have never, ever insinuated that Hannah has played a bad social game, that Hannah is not a deserving winner. I have never done that. Your issue is not with me in that regard. Your issue is possibly with other fans. Who watch the game and
when I'm told
you can't. I feel like I've been attacked by Topher and Matt right now, and I feel like I need to defend myself.
Joe, I wasn't attacking you. Like I didn't see anything from you. Like I have not looked for you. Right. I have not come for you. This was not me coming for you. This was just me saying out loud because there are people here who I feel need to hear it. Like I wanted to say how I felt, and I just wanted people to hear why I voted the way I voted. And I think, like, you know, it was not an attack on you, and if you felt attacked, I'm sorry. Like,
yeah, I would say
I don't mean to. Go ahead.
I've gotten a lot of support. It was very, very heartwarming, all the support. I think Joe is like the biggest personality, so much fun. And obviously there was just one loud voice hating against me. And I personally loved it. I opened my Twitter. I said, what is this person saying about me? Open up. I see the hate and I'm like, oh yeah, I've always wanted to be on the other end of that hate. So that being said, I love Matt and Topher defending their vote. Topher came into the jury saying that he was undecided. That's like the epitome of a not bitter juror. Joe, I'm not saying that you are calling them bitter. It's obviously other people calling them bitter. And you know,
I am calling that. I think that they are saying that they were upset. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm misunderstanding them.
No,
I think that.
Are,
yeah, I am. So I'm just going to clarify what I think it is
misunderstanding
now. So I think what it is that you didn't like the way I acted in the final two, and that made you feel like uncomfortable to vote for me, which is a completely viable reason. Every reason is viable, and it's fine. Like I think it's a viable. I have to get going. It's a viable, good reason, and I don't want people to come for you. I made a statement at the beginning, Matt. You weren't here when I made it, possibly, or nor was Topher, where I basically said, "Don't come for these people." I respect any decision that the jury makes. I think that every winner is deserving. I've never insinuated otherwise. Do I think a winner may be satisfying or not? No, but I think Hannah's one of the best winners of season 2. So
stop it! Oh my gosh,
I genuinely feel that way. So, do I think that I would have been a fun winner? I think I would have been, but I'm sad that I lost.
Oh, sure.
But I still think that Hannah was a good winner, and that's why I wanted her in the final 2 with me.
And that's why
you have been nothing but loving.
I'm going to get going with that. I have been nothing but supportive of Hannah. I don't want any misconceptions. I don't mean if I came across as rude to anyone, because that was never my intention. I'm passionate about the game, and my passion comes across as very rude and condescending. That's my personality, and I will try and keep that in check next time I'm in final 2. Hopefully I am eventually. And it's a learning lesson. Every game is a learning lesson in some regard. I am happy that Hannah won. But I am upset that I lost, and I think that's fair, right? I don't think you should tell me that I can't be upset that I. Right?
Don't.
No, you have absolutely every right to be
Joe, if
upset
you were upset that you lost, I would be concerned.
Yeah. Right. So that's what, and I said it in the Facebook. And that is my genuine feeling. I'm happy Hannah won. Sad that I lost. I have to get going. Thank you all for a great game.
All right.
I love you all. I thank you for defending yourself, because I really think you did need to do it to other critics. I was not one of your critics.
And that's why I didn't want to include you in. Like, when you felt I was attacking you, I needed to clear it up. That's like, I'm not mad at you, Joe.
I was never someone who said that this was a jury. And when I said better jury, that's not a problem, right? Bitter jury is viable. If it was bitter, that's viable. It wasn't bitter in this case. It was different, but viable no matter what. Whatever.
Joe, you are.
Thank you, Joe.
You are a stand-up guy, and I have loved the Joe Show. Joe Show can happen, and he probably has to log off because in 7 minutes he has to check into tonight's mini. That's probably what's going on right now.
Yeah, Joe's headed off to tonight's mini, and
on 0 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
Get some sleep. Get some sleep, Joe.
I have not been on sleep all day, so I'm really tired too, and I'm still this energy, and I've been on too many shows for this. I gotta go. Love you all. I have to eat. Haven't eaten in a while.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye, Joe. All right, so we can finish off here.
Well, I can answer your question about the jury thing before too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Matt, he hasn't gotten.
My jury vote was basically decided before the game started that if Nicole or Joe got to the final 2, I was going to vote for one of them, and then if they both got there, that's where I would be making a decision. And I will say this though, Hannah made it really difficult because I almost switched my votes.
There we go.
Like, my relationship with Hannah that I built throughout the game almost made me switch my vote to Hannah because I felt really good about working closely with her in the game. It's this weird dichotomy.
Is that not a social game?
It is, because it's an interesting dichotomy, because I knew that I had Nicole and Joe, so I never had to check in with them, and we were always good. But because of that, I didn't feel like I was playing with them. I just felt that they had my back. And I felt like I was playing with Hannah for a large portion of the game, which made me feel more connected to her emotionally in that way. And then her jury reasoning and like the way she played, I feel like it's closer to the way that I would have played to get to the end of the game, which is why it almost had me vote for her. If it wasn't for the pre-existing relationship I had with Joe, I probably would have.
Yeah.
But before we sign out, I don't know if we're signing out soon, but I do want to mention like a couple of things about.
Yeah, absolutely.
The end. Okay, yeah, like I watched back like Final 5, 4, and then Jury. Man, me watching back that Jury, I was cringing at myself, and like seeing, like thankfully I had some friends message me beforehand, like heads up, you were not great at the Jury. So watching back definitely was like, oh gosh. So my Jury sucked. I want to say, but maybe it didn't. I won over Topher's vote. That's the thing.
I think you started off shaky, but like by the end of the Jury stuff and by the end statements, I thought that you pretty much honed in on the things that you did to get to the end of the game and really hit them and like made sure that people knew these were the tenets of my game. This is what I did to get to the end. And I think that you did a really good job at the end point of the Jury.
And I think the fact that it was more concise as well, I think definitely helped.
Yeah. That's what I definitely took away from watching. Like, okay, I need to concise it. My strategy going into Final Four was to take a big player to Final Four. That's all I was planning on. So for me, from like Final 8 on, Joe was going to Final Four. Like Joe was always going to make it to Final Four in my opinion. So I didn't know he was going to come to Final 2. I wasn't scared of going to Final 2 with him, but like I did not see that playing out how it played out. And Final 6, I said at the very end of the round, I was like, I'm done with Joe running the show. And that doesn't mean that I thought that Joe was dictating all the votes. I think people misunderstood that situation of like, oh, Hannah even said Joe was running the show. No, I meant the show that was going on at that round where Joe is talking over everything and watching back. I thought it was Final 6, but Final 5, watching back in that when I say I'm voting for Matt H and I have 2 people vote with me like that, I can own that round. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I got what you meant in the moment. Like when you said you're tired of Joe running the show, I knew that you meant it was like he was sucking all the air out of the room at the moment, and like that's what you meant in that sense. Like no one can get a woman intro at that point, which was it's a good strategy, but like
And like when I said we need to pull the plug on the show, it was less like Joe is running the show. It was just his persona, and I was like, I want to get to the end with these people, so I need to get rid of Joe. But
And Joe's my biggest tribal was so good. He was able to use all these things really well. So when in Final, I don't know if it's called tribal and Sequester. I'm such a Survivor nerd. Yeah, sorry about that. But when he did so good with the Jury questions, and when I'm finding out he has friends on the Jury, I'm finding out he's a Sequester super fan, and he's pulling out all these dates and who's done what. I was just like, are you kidding me right now? He's got friends on the Jury and he knows everything. I thought I was done for. So I'm really proud of the fact that I was able to pull out the win.
Oh, absolutely. Because I think going in, well, I mean, to stick with Final 5, it was very apparent to me when he had flipped it on you, Matt.
I was like, I'm Fox.
My biggest trepidation with you in that round was like, there was a part of me that I could have seen myself going with Hannah, Matt, Topher to the Final Four, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't absolutely sure what you would do, and I knew what Joe would do as far as if he got out. I knew he wouldn't drag me, and that's why I felt pretty good about it.
If I had gotten to Final Four with this group, I don't know what I would have done because
that's why I
didn't expect to be there. I was going to be clocked early, and then I was like, every round I stayed was gravy.
I was literally my biggest concern. I wasn't sure what you would do.
If I had been voted out, I'd probably drag Hannah if I get voted out because I was loyal.
I would have dragged Hannah.
My boys, like we were the 4 horsemen together from like round 5. If anyone can give me those numbers,
something like that.
I would have dragged either of you. I wanted to see Matt P in the final, so.
I would have loved it. I would have loved it all Matt final. Just so they would have to. So Audrey could say, and the winner is Matt. And then we would hear the last because she would have had so much fun with that.
Yeah. That's so good.
I just feel that the reason I get so adamant and was defending so hard the whole bitter comment is if you're going to tell me my vote is bitter, that it is invalidating the person I voted for. And even though everybody can sit and say all they want that no, Hannah still deserved it, but your vote was bitter. So I don't understand. To me, it's a contradiction. Did she deserve it, or was my vote bitter? And that's
I would
why
actually even
fought
argue
so
that
hard.
I would even argue that my vote was more based, like, was less based on game than yours was.
Yeah, like if anyone wants to attack a vote, let's attack Matt P's vote. He's like, I'm voting for Nicole or Joe.
Yeah,
I don't care who's left. It's those two.
Well, I mean, it always depends on what you value as a player, right? And that's, I mean, that's what these games are all about. I mean, people value different things. Some people value the loud, big, over-the-top strategies. Some people value a more under-the-radar strategic type of game, and that's, you know, what makes juries so great. You can see one.
I wish Nicole and Kristen were here because, like, they talked to me like when I came in, and Nicole said Joe was going to have to convince her.
Okay.
So there was definitely some feelings of like there were some icky feelings.
I think I said this during jury questions, but I just want to take a moment and just like love that there's 4 guys right now supporting a female winner. We don't see that in Survivor and Big Brother much, and I just want to just commend you guys for not viewing me lesser than.
No, I think especially there was no final 2 that you could have been in that you would not have been a deserving winner. You played an amazing game.
I agree.
Like, Joe the Show is such a huge character, and not just he's so beloved in this community that of course people are going to root for him. Like everyone knows him. Everyone knows the name. He's like on the top 10 of Sequester like mini players that are most recognizable, right? So when you see a player like that come in, people get excited. But I don't think it invalidates your game whatsoever. And I think if anything, like of the people who have won on the Winners at War board, like a lot of people are going to be excited to see you play. Like I want the popcorn to come back. Like that's, you know, that was an iconic moment. So yeah, I don't think there's anybody feels that way.
Honestly, I think from Final 6, any of us winning would have been a good outcome because I think we all had very different stories. Like I did not play in the same way as Hannah or Matt or Topher or Joe.
That was one of my favorite things about this mini is that I felt like there were so many different kinds of strategy that were being played and like people approaching the games differently and had different like webs that they were weaving. And I just like I like to see that how everybody was playing the game differently.
Absolutely.
And there's not just one way to do it.
I would have been a 0 vote finalist, apparently. I don't know how I ended up in the Troyzan position. I thought I was running the game. I voted right for the first 6
I thought you were too.
And I voted every single member of the jury off. And somehow, like, oh, Topher's doing nothing. Topher's done nothing this whole game. I'm like, I mentioned my name for 2 hours.
Under the radar.
I hope you don't think
under the radar game.
I hope you don't think that it was like I dragged you because I thought you were doing nothing. I was working closer with Hannah, and then I also had that relationship with Joe. That's the reason why it was you.
Right.
Like
I
understand that.
I also think some people didn't see a lot of like me or Topher because they were focused on like Joe and Matt and Hannah. And that worked for me because I was like, if they want to focus on them, it'll take the spotlight off of me. Because I didn't want the spotlight on me. I wanted the spotlight so far fucking away from me, it wasn't possible. But like, I think that's what a lot of people missed, and I hope people watch the game back and see like what I did, what Topher did, what like some were quieter, but we're still very effective.
Definitely,
absolutely.
I was shocked to find, and this is where like being a new Sequester player and like,
you're freezing.
No, Topher.
And who?
It sounds like he's going to make a great point too.
Yeah. Well, I will ask in the time being, Matt, were you planning if you made the final 2? Would you have been broken in the final 2?
Yes, that was the plan.
Wow.
I was either going to do final 2 broken or I was going to do my jury question broken, but that was the plan.
I hated that. I hated that you did that right after me. I was like,
I absolutely adored Hannah, you like doing a voice back, having no idea what you were doing, and just trying to play off of it.
It was one of the reasons I would love her.
Still didn't get his vote.
I almost did. Like you were winning me over with the fact that you played along with it and everything was great. But
so let's say you're not in a world where you do not have a connection with Joe at all. I have your vote.
Pretty much, yeah. I think so. That's why I like. If I'm being honest with myself, I probably would have voted for you. Just even more so than like the connection that we built during the game. I view my game more in line with the way that you play, which is why I identify with your game a little bit more.
Love it, dude.
Sorry. And Louie, maybe you can like enlighten me a little bit. But like being a new Sequester, the hardest thing for me, the bitter jury thing was fine. I didn't care about that as much. Well, I wanted to defend Hannah's honor, but it did upset me. But the thing that was like the hardest for me to swallow was like the boring label. I had no idea that people thought that I was boring. And I've never, like, I'm an entertainer. I've got a degree in radio and television broadcasting. I've done, like, to be labeled, like, straight up boring and, like, completely invisible from this whole game for, like, up until, like, you know, the finals when everybody feels I voted wrong. That hit me right here.
Right. I mean, I understand where you're coming. Here's the thing, though, is the cast was so stacked with big characters that, like, I feel like, you know, in comparison, anyone's boring next to Joe. I said this. I'm boring next to Joe, right?
Because he and I were talking, and I was like, "We're all gonna look boring in comparison to Joe." Like, his personality was A+. I loved it, but like I knew I was gonna look fucking boring compared to him. I know people saw my video and was like, "This is probably the most boring shit in the world," and I was like, "I don't care. If you like me, you like me. You don't, you don't."
I mean, just look at, like, you know, Nicole, right? Like, in her first game, she got that, right? Because she played against Johnny Stockton, who was another big character, similar to Joe, who would stay in a room alone just for the heck of it on the wheel, right? Like, it was very similar to that. And Nicole is obviously not a boring player. She's an incredible player. So I wouldn't take that to heart. Like, we're all going to end up playing again at some point. So it's not, you know, you can't take that label and go with it. You just take that and improve upon it for the next game and play your game, right? You can't really care too much what the fans think as long as you're playing the best game you can possibly. That's my opinion. Anyway.
I'm ready for Topher round 2. I think you were calling a lot of shots and you were making, so.
And for what it's worth, like Topher, like I thought that you played the end game very well. I thought you were vocal, you had things that you were saying, and you know, you obviously got me out at Final Four, which is great. You played better than me. I didn't play that round that well. And I think that even your final jury questioning and the way that you ended off the night, I thought that was the perfect cap to the night for you to just remind everybody that we're all people, and then you want to get to know people outside the game, because this is a game for fun at the end of the day. Like, we're not playing for money. Like, we're playing for bragging rights and for some.
There's no money?
Fun. So, like, yeah.
Sorry,
so, like,
Hannah,
I thought you capped it off perfectly with that.
The check is not in the mail. The check is not in the mail. I hate to break it to you.
Well, thank you, guys.
Absolutely. So I guess what we'll do, let's go around, because we have a mini starting in about 45, 50 minutes that I'm going to be covering. So let's go around the room one last time, get final thoughts. Matt H., let's start with you. What were your thoughts on the night overall, and will you come back?
I'll come back in like 4 months when people have forgotten again who I am. I had a blast. Like I said, every round that I stayed was, you know, a win for me. I loved getting to know everyone. I will continue to get to know everyone. Follow me on Twitter if you want to hear my weird Sequester opinions. Catch me on Twitch. I'm over there occasionally playing video games and acting like a fool. Join the cult of Matthew. It's a great cult. We have cookies.
I'll join anywhere with cookies.
Yes.
Matt P.
You know, I just had I came in and I knew that, like, I just didn't want to get dragged like I did the first time that I played, and I was able to make it way farther than I thought I would. Yeah, I was I was so happy that I made it farther than I did. I'm happy with the relationships that I made during the game. I kind of fashioned the way that I play, kind of after Jeremy Collins from Survivor, which is like, I don't want to be the biggest name. I want to be like in the middle somewhere, but I want to be involved in everything. I want to know where every vote is going. I don't want to ever feel like I'm out of the loop. I felt like I did that. Like, I knew basically who was getting voted out every round, and I was never worried my name was coming out, which I felt really comfortable about that. I definitely could have played the end game better. I don't know if anything would have changed if I threatened to drag Topher instead of threatened to drag Hannah, if he would have rolled with me. But, I mean, other than a few questions about that kind of stuff, like, I was really happy with how everything went, and I was happy with the winner overall, and it was just great. I had a great time.
Absolutely. Topher?
I had such a blast playing this game, and I absolutely loved all of the people that I was playing with. It was a phenomenal time, and I cannot wait to play again. I think that going in, I didn't know anybody, and I didn't know how my game was going to turn out, and like taking the fans out of the equation. I know I made some real serious, genuine bonds with people that I did not expect, because I had planned to come in and be like, I'm going to be like a complete shark and stuff like that. And then I learned that like, no, just actually like connecting with people is what got people on my side. So next time I play, I'm going to come in as an entertainer, and I'm going to go in hard, and I'm going to go out fast, but it's going to be a lot of fun, and people are going to remember me. So that's my goal for next time.
Nice.
Absolutely. And finally, our winner, Hannah.
Man, guys, I did not think that I would end up winning this thing. This was so fun. My goals were to have fun and be fun, and those were accomplished. I want to say thank you to like all the people that have just been Stanas, apparently. That has been so great. I love it. In such a toxic internet world, I've loved the Stanas. I've loved the people I played with. This was how do you get to like have these connections in the span of 5 hours? Thank you, Audrey, for it all. And then I want to thank Louie for being here. I don't know if there's another person behind the scenes helping host, but 4 hours, a 4-hour recap.
I said last night I thought this would go with Joe here like 8. So I'm glad. This is phenomenal.
Wow. But and here's the thing.
I believe it would have.
Thank you for giving this platform for us to talk it out and everything, and giving the feedback and all that. So thank you for putting this together. I've loved this.
Absolutely. Thank you all for coming on. It was a great mini, like I said, and it was a great time having you all. And I hope to see you all back, playing the game again, and also here on PodQuester as well.
Oh yeah, I'll be tuning in. This is amazing.
Anytime you want my random opinions, by all means, reach out.
Absolutely. We always need people, so we'll definitely be doing it. Thank you guys for coming on.
We are Matt.
Take it easy.
We are Matt. We are all Matt.
How do I respond to that? I still don't know what to do. I am Matt. I have been Matt. I will continue to be Matt.
You will always be Matt.
You will always be Matt.
Exactly.
Thanks, guys.
All right, take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy.
All right, y'all. So that is that. I will be back on your screens in approximately 45 minutes. We'll go get some food, and then we'll do it all again. As always, let's go through all of this. Thank you to our moderators, our great moderators, keeping the chat in check. Kevin, Marcus, Henry, Ty, thank you as always. Thank you to Will from America for our theme song. You can follow me at Rank and Rate, but you all already know that. And I will speak to you again if you choose to join us, of course, in about 45 minutes. Thank you for joining us. See you soon.